is made to them. As I indicated, in consultation with you, we attempted to do that exercise with you as much as we could, but admittedly the time pressures perhaps denied us an opportunity to do so thoroughly. So in this hearing, to the extent that we will call up the annexures to the statements of the witnesses that you reference, that you say falsely accuse you, you shall be given an opportunity to consider the document before you have to answer questions in relation thereto. Should it become impossible to do it, you will indicate, and the chair, I'm sure, will come to your aid. Okay? You then have a new chapter from page 8, which you've titled "For the Attention of the Commission." And I'm starting at page 8 at paragraph 50. That chapter runs from paragraph 50. In fact, it's a 150 with two sub-paragraphs, 50.1 and 50.2. Would you like to talk to those issues that you raise under that heading?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. In terms of issues that I want to raise with the Commission, is that from my side as an accounting officer, as I indicated that during the meet and greet exercise as a newly appointed female city manager, I was approached by female officers in the EMPD that are being harassed and are not promoted to senior position. Rather, they should sleep with them for... It's not only attributed to chief only. It is a practice of everyone. But for me, because there was no formal complaint from any one of them, I could not take action. Mine was to create a platform for them to be empowered so that they're able to be promoted. And I've actually attached the statistics of my program, almost 8-year program, of empowering women in uniform. It is called a City Manager Legacy Project. It is part of my key performance indicators in terms of my performance contract, where I initiated this program because there was no initial complaint. It was just a hearsay and their frustration. And quietly so, I had to create this program. And this program was actually celebrated every year. And the Chief of Police was actually invited in that program, where all these female officers who obtained their junior degrees, national certificate, we even have one who graduated a PhD degree. Last year, is it early this year, with a PhD degree, one junior official in the EMPD. She's at the inspector level with that PhD. We have others with masters, others with junior degrees, others with national diplomas. That is how the program was structured. And in terms of promotion, I can actually boast and say that we have actually appointed a lot of them or promoted a lot of them into higher positions up to director level. There was one that we attempted to appoint as a deputy chief of police, but she declined because the contract is a 5-year contract and she's a single parent. That is how far I wanted to go. And it is my wish, and it was my wish, and it is still my wish, that one day we should have a female chief of police so that women are also given an opportunity to occupy senior positions, especially in the previously male-dominated environment. So we've done that exercise, but over and above that...
Is it previously, or is it not still dominated by men?
I've tried that.
No, you're saying it's previously, as if now everything is on par.
No, it's not on... It's not, but I've tried my best to actually...
Right. I'm not criticizing you, I'm just correcting your language in saying it was previously dominated by men. I'm not there, I'm not at Ekurhuleni, but I would imagine that it must still be dominated by men. That's the probability.
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner, for that correction. Yes, the profession is still male-dominated, but as the then female accounting officer, I tried to actually normalize the situation, but I have not reached where I wanted to be. It was also reported to me that the Chief of Police, Isaac Mabeya, fathered multiple children with subordinates who were vulnerable to his abuse of power, including conduct amounting to sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. I will address this when I deal with question 10? Question 9. Where I was requested to submit his suspension letter. Is it 10?
I think if you go overleaf at page 9,
This page 9,
the last
Those
sentence
allegations.
of that first paragraph, you reference question 13
yeah,
of the statement, yes.
all right. The pattern of behavior described is deeply troubling and reflects a systematic abuse of authority by the Chief of Police. And he used to call them amangilos. He calls them amangilos, like angels. Those who are angels, these are the ones who are actually promoted. And if you look at the promotion of Tepa, who actually testified here, you can see that she was promoted within a short period of time as compared to others who have more qualifications, who were there before her, who were appointed before her as EMPD officials. So for me, this kind of practice gave me sleepless nights. And I feel that with the program that I created, at least it alleviated some pressure from these women. But there are those who are actually part of the whole thing, whom he called angels or amangilos. I also record concerns relating to...
Just to make sure I understand the point you are making here, are you saying that he had sexual relations with Amangelosi or the angels, and that as a result, the angels would then be promoted?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Or would be favored for promotion?
Exactly.
All right.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Are you stating that as a fact or it's a rumor that you heard? I'm sure you were watching news in the last few weeks. You would have heard about a term called mabaribari. Mabaribari.
It's not a mabarbar. I've been in the system. I know about these things.
But I'm saying, are you stating it as a fact or as something that you heard?
It's something that I heard, but he will answer and they will come, and if they're called, they can come and testify, those that have been abused. Classical example is about a witness that chief has been suspended for sexual harassment as well as rape. If that is a classical example, she'll come and confirm. But she requested that she wants to come and be interviewed by the commission, but outside camera. She doesn't want to be in camera because of her children and so forth. But she has prepared her file, and I think she has also written to be interviewed by the panel to indicate her treatment under the Chief of Police. So I will also talk to it when I address the issue of his suspension, how it happened. The letters from the doctors, I've attached them from her doctors, and the letters from the attorneys that represents her. So it is important to know that some of these things, they are not just said in a vacuum or under mabaribari. It is confirmed by a case that is being opened against him, the case of rape, and also there is a protection order against him. And for him to come here and behave as if he's a victim while he's a perpetrator of women abuse, it's a shame, to be honest.
Dr. Mashazi, you speak in paragraph 50 and in your explanation of a wide-scale
Yes,
program.
I want to talk to this one. This one, Chief of Police being Chief of Police.
Can I just ask you my question? Then you can speak to what you want to speak to. I started to ask you a question. Please. My question is, you speak of a pervasive problem, and in the plural, you say angels, and suggesting improper relationships. Is there a particular reason that you mention only Lieutenant Colonel Tipper, who testified in her testimony, spoke about you or your office at least? You are not mentioning anyone else as part of the crowd of people that you say the chief had improper relationships with.
I want to focus my discussions and my evidence in terms of people who have been here and people who actually made allegations. Tepa, she was one of my protectors at some point, introduced by Chief, part of my team of protection. I had 8 males protecting me, and Chief withdrew one and introduced Tepa. And these other males were saying, but Mama, your office and your safety is actually questionable. Why do you allow Chief to bring this one? She's not going to help us. We need to be combat ready to protect you. Then I asked Chief, what is the reason of you? No, she's good. She's one of my angels. That is how he explained. He's one of his angels. And in terms of, if you go to Ekurhuleni, they will tell you about amangelosi, what amangelosi means or angels means in terms of Chief's definition. So she is part of the angels here, of Chief's angels.
Yes, you've said that. You've said she's one of the angels. My question to you is, she's testified against you. She said unflattering things about you. You are not mentioning anyone else by name of those angels. And what are we to make of it, that you speak specifically to someone who's testified against you? And I think you have just said now that, you know, she comes here to pretend she's an angel when in fact she's part of a network of people that are being abused by the chief. It may well be that is so, and I'm not saying that's not so because I don't know any better. It may well be. I'm asking the simple question that you mention her specifically, where you speak in the plural about angels. You're not mentioning anyone else. Is there a particular reason that you mention her and she happens to be someone who testified against you?
Thank you for the question. I'm not mentioning her because she was part of the people who made allegations about me, but I'm speaking about her and confirm because her name is already here, and Chief has actually introduced her to me as one of his angels. That is the reason why I'm mentioning her alone.
Okay. Can I just follow up on that? You also, on my question at least, you say at 50.1, you say it has been widely reported to me that Chief fathered children with subordinates. And in your oral evidence, you say you came to know that there was a problem in the MPD where you're not suggesting Chief is the only one. Chief Mapia was the only one that is guilty of those kind of complaints. Correct. You're not suggesting that?
Correct.
Okay, but you're mentioning only him.
I'm mentioning Chief because there's a case about him, about sexual harassment,
yes,
and also rape.
Yes. You do
I can't mention
that.
others because there was never a case that was brought to my attention about rape or sexual harassment. And I could not, as I indicated when I started that, I could not charge anyone about the practice in EMPD. Instead, as a female accounting officer, I decided to create a program to empower these women.
Okay. Maybe lastly, let me ask, you are the municipal manager at the time.
Yes.
In fact, before that, you were the chief operating officer.
Exactly.
And then you become the municipal manager. In one of those two roles, you become aware that there are problems in EMPD, but you do no investigation. You don't appoint, you have the power to appoint. You don't appoint anyone to look into these serious allegations. You carry on until there's an allegation of the person that you discuss later on. There's a formal complaint, but the rest of the time, you carry on without taking any action to look into these serious allegations that you should be addressing. I expect that the municipal manager takes it seriously enough that if you get this pervasive or this suggestion that it's a systemic problem in the EMPD, a responsible municipal manager would take action to investigate it further, and you don't seem to have done that.
Thank you very much. As I indicated at the beginning of my statement, when I said it was a general comment from a group of women, and there was no one with a formal complaint. Remember, you can't just investigate without a formal complaint, without anyone signing an affidavit or writing a grievance to you. You can't just, you're going to investigate everyone. What I did, reasonably did as an accounting officer, as a city manager, I had to create a program to deal with the systemic issue. I cannot just investigate people and say, yeah, there is this allegation that you guys, you are abusing these women, they are not promoted and so forth. I did a reasonable thing as an accounting officer to create that platform for women to be promoted and empowered.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Dr. Mashazi, if I may. Yes, Chair.
Just before that, it's a follow-up to the questions by my co-commissioner, Commissioner Baloyi. You say it has been widely reported to you. When exactly did you get the reports?
It was, as I indicated, that it was a verbal, when I started as an accounting officer. These things were reported to me by this group of female officers that the chief is fathering.
Please remind me, when did you become the city manager? I know it's here, but...
Yeah.
2016.
Yes.
So in 2016, you hear that Chief Mapie is not only having improper sexual relationships with the women police officers, but is even raping some of them and harassing others sexually, even using coercion on them. I assume that's coercion for purposes of having sex with them. This is, you get to hear this in 2016. And all you do, unless I misunderstand you, so all you do is to create a platform for women to be promoted. That's all you do.
To be empowered, number one, and to be promoted as well. Remember, if there's no formal complaint, how do you start investigating people? That's why I'm referring to the paragraph where I deal with specific sexual harassment, where there's a formal complaint.
Are you suggesting that as a leader you get reports of such horrendous acts by the chief of police? You sit back and fold your arms instead of being proactive. You fold your arms and say, there are no complaints to me. Why can't you be proactive and do the best you can to get to the bottom of the reports that you have received, reports of such horrendous acts by the chief of police?
Maybe it is a foresight from my side, but as an accounting officer, if there's no formal complaint, how do I remember in terms of our processes in council, I must have a formal complaint like I received that there is this thing happening.
But what was your sense? Wasn't your sense that this was something systemic?
Yes, it was something
it's
systemic.
ongoing. It's ongoing. There are children out of improper sexual relations. There's coercion, meaning those that are not willing to have, even willing perhaps is not a good word in this context. So there's even coercion to have sexual relations with those that will not have sexual relations with him. There are rapes. You just fold your arms, sit and wait for complaints. Is that the way an accounting officer, a chief executive officer should act?
Commissioner, as I indicated that I cannot just from hearsay that there are this thing. I had to wait because there are processes in council. You can't just say there is this general view about an individual, therefore I'm investigating this individual. I must have something in writing that this person has complained about 1, 2, 3. Then I must write a report to council and ask council to give me permission to investigate, to suspend and investigate an individual. I could not unilaterally hearing from them as a group saying there is this thing happening. And I know that as an accounting officer.
Who did you get the reports from?
It was female officers.
Was it the affected women officers?
Affected women officers in the department.
So that's not hearsay. It's people who are affected.
But they must do it in writing.
Sorry, doctor. Is the affected women telling you that this is happening to us? There's nothing hearsay about that. There's nothing hearsay about that.
I take your point.
So basically you did nothing, having received information about such horrendous acts by the chief of police. You just sat and did nothing.
I take your point that doing that program, it's not enough from the point of an accounting office. I take your point.
Thank you, doctor.
I think, Doctor, it's more than the program is not enough. I think it's as specific as you receive word from women who speak to you. Because you raise it to a formal level, they tell you, we have a problem. And it's not just the chief, according to your evidence. They say the men in EMPD, this is what they do. What in fact it is you did nothing about that. Your explanation for doing nothing about it is you say, well, I didn't have any formal written complaints or allegations, but you did have verbal complaints and allegations, and then you did nothing about it. You didn't address those allegations.
I take your point, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps lastly, this is 2016. Did the reports not continue throughout your tenure? The reports of this, what I've referred to as horrendous conduct, did those reports not continue? I would imagine if, as you have accepted, this is something that was systemic, it could not only have been in 2016 when you were appointed municipal manager. The reports must have continued, not so?
Yes, if you look at the evidence of the victim,
yes,
the harassment coercion started in 2012, before I even became the accounting officer.
And did these reports continue throughout your tenure as municipal manager?
Obviously, they continued.
Throughout.
Obviously.
So, meaning from 2016 all the way to 2025.
Yeah, but
You were receiving these reports continuously and you did nothing about them. Save to create, what did you refer to it? Save to create the platform for them to be promoted, which does not, of course, address the issue we are raising. So throughout, from 2016 to 2025, you are continuously receiving these reports which tell you that there's a systemic problem and you do nothing throughout your tenure as municipal manager.
what I did, and I explained, Commissioner, that
Leave out, please.
we have processes in council, and like even now, I struggled to save the report of Chief of Police in terms of his misconduct. I struggled. I received a complaint.
I'm specific to the systemic problem of the horrendous conduct of the Chief of Police and other senior men within the EMPD who were sexually harassing, raping, coercing with a view to having sexual relations, junior women officers. That's my focus, not other issues which may have arisen and which you may have addressed. That's my focus, and my question is, there is this systemic problem of which you are aware because, as you've admitted, there are continuous reports on it, and you basically do nothing with that issue, that horrendous conduct from 2016 all the way up to the end of July 2025, throughout that period.
Commissioner, I take your point that just doing a program was not enough as an accounting officer while these things were systemic. I take your point.
A more direct answer. So from 2016 to 2025,
yes, I take your point.
You did nothing.
Yes, I take your point.
All right.
Except to create a platform for them.
All right, thank you.
Maybe, Commissioner, we need to understand the processes of council in terms of senior managers. We need to understand that you can't just take a report, because for you to deal with this thing, I must report to council that this is happening around a senior manager. And that report must be supported with a complaint. I know that from my side as an accounting officer, my hands are tied in terms of dealing with some of the issues. That's why I took a soft route of actually creating that program. I must write the report to council and say, Chief did 1, 2, 3, coercing, abusing, sexually harassing people, and so forth, because Chief accounts to me. Junior managers is Chief that must deal with that in the Department of NPD. But in terms of him as a Section 56 employee, he reports directly to me. He's the only person that I can deal with in the department. So for me to write a report about him that he is doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, I must go to council, the very same politicians who are protecting him. I must go there. I'm trying to illustrate that as an accounting officer, your hands are tied, especially when you are a female, are tied in dealing with male chauvinism in local government.
I would understand that if you had done something and had been rebuffed, but for you to fold your arms from 2016 to end of July 2025, I do not understand that at all. If you had done something, I mean, these are very serious allegations, Dr. Mashazi, very serious allegations, and please do not misunderstand us. Do not think that we are defending Chief Mapie and the other senior men that you are making allegations against. No, we are not. But it's more about what did you do about it, on the assumption that the allegations are true. What did you do about it? That's where we are.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Perhaps just to close out on that line of questioning, Dr. Mashazi, accepting the extent to which your hands were tied, as you have testified, is it fair then to accept that the pattern of abuse of women persists? There was nothing to stop it, so it persists and probably has gotten worse. Is that what you'd be telling this commission? No, you need to say, express yourself orally so that the machine can record your answer.
Yes, ma'am.
So it persists and it has worsened since.
I can't say it has worsened. I can say there's improvement immediately after I introduced and empowered them and made them understand that they are not sex objects. They are equally qualified to compete with these males.
Yes.
For positions, and HR processes are pure.
Okay, now, I think it's incumbent upon me to tease out some aspects of your paragraph 50.1. As the chair pointed out, these are very serious allegations. The conversation that we've had so far relates to the pattern within the city. But paragraph 50.1 specifically points to Chief Mapie. It's personal, as against him personally. Now, for the record, this commission is not out to impugn anyone's name or to judge anyone's sense of morality. And I would like to believe that neither do you approach this commission with that kind of thinking. Accepting that you do not intend to unnecessarily impugn his name, I then want to unpack 50.1. You say, it has been widely reported to me that Chief Mapie fathered multiple children with subordinates who were vulnerable to his abuse of power. Firstly, you, in response to a question by Commissioner Kumalo, you said it's not mabaribari. It can be substantiated, it's factual. My question to you is, do you know the identities of those juniors with whom Mr. Mapie fathered children? Do you know that as a fact, or do you accept because it was communicated to you?
Unfortunately, I cannot mention the names of people here, but I know few of them.
Also,
2 of them.
You can establish that fact.
Yes.
And you may do so through your statement, if so required, your supplementary statement, if so required.
Exactly.
And how many children are we talking about?
I'm not sure about the number.
No.
The number here is said, just read my statement.
I'm at 50.1, your page 8.
Yeah. It said,
You say fathers multiple children with
multiple
subordinate.
children.
Yes.
I never indicated the number. I'm not sure about the number.
At the time it was communicated to you, how many women specifically confirmed this situation? How many?
I do not recall the number.
Was it 2 or 10 or 20?
I do not recall the number.
That bad, doctor?
Thank you.
I'm asking, it's a question, is it that bad that you can't recall whether it's 2 or 10 or 20?
Remember, ma'am, I'm running 26 departments, and each and every department we have, in police only, we have more than 3,005 officials. How do I remember all these things? I don't remember. I don't recall. And obviously, I cannot be forced to say a number that I don't know.
I appreciate
And
that.
I don't want to lie to the commission, to be honest.
Indeed. I pressed for that because you are not talking about a particular pattern where seniors father children with subordinates. You are speaking of specifically one person. And you have just indicated to the commission that you can give detail regarding those cases in your supplementary. That would mean you refer to specific people who confirmed to you as a matter of fact that it happened to them. But you say you don't remember whether it was 2, 10, or 20. I am more concerned about the second part of that allegation, where this fathering of multiple children is through conduct amounting to sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. So, do I understand you correctly that some of those children were fathered following a rape by Chief Mapie? Is that your statement to the commission?
Can you repeat your statement?
You can't, we can't, because you are looking at your phone and you are reading something on your phone, so naturally you will miss many of the things that I say. So we're going to have to make a a decision how we run this. You are either with the commission and you are testifying before the commission, or you'd like some time to attend to your phone,
I'm
which is
trying
going
to
to
get
be.
information from my phone.
No, if you need time to get information, kindly address yourself to the commission and request the time, and the time shall be given to you. But when a question is posed to you and you distract yourself by attending to your phone, I'm sure you'll accept that it won't particularly work.
Yeah,
Thank
it's incorrect, and I apologize for that.
What is incorrect?
For me to be attending to my phone
Okay.
while the
No,
session is on.
Apology accepted. The question was, the last part of that particular paragraph suggests that Chief Mapie fathered some, I take it, of these multiple children with subordinates through the act of rape. Is that what you're communicating?
Yeah, there's a rape case opened against him.
From which a child was born?
I beg pardon?
From which a child was born?
There was no child born,
Okay.
but there's a rape case in terms of the testimony that is part of my bundle.
That's the clarification I sought. So I should not read sexual harassment, coercion, and rape to relate to the fathering of children. These are two separate allegations you make.
Exactly.
Okay. And before we get there, because we will get there, that's what you call your question 13. The example you give in your statement is a complaint by one subordinate. Dare I ask you whether there are more, if you know for a fact that there are more, and how many, or you don't recall?
I can confirm that this one who came through,
Okay.
as I indicated, that a group of them came and complained, but because there was no written statement and there was nothing, I was unable to act upon it. As I indicated, that there are processes and my hands are tied in terms of reporting such behaviors.
Okay, I'll accept that. Now I want to turn to the allegation at 50.2. And once again, it's directed specifically at Chief Mapie and does not, or the Chief of Police, and I take it it's still Chief Mapie, right? The Chief at the time. And once again, it is not an allegation to senior managers within the EMPD. It is specifically to Chief Mapie. My question here is, you say you accuse him of defeating the ends of justice arising from repeated instances in which complaints of misconduct reports were not acted upon, were actively suppressed. You see where I'm reading, 50.2.
Yes.
So you have complaints and misconduct reports that are not acted upon or were actively suppressed. I take it by Chief Mapie. As the city manager, what did you do about that? Or were your hands tied again?
No, this time around, Chief Mapie was involved in an accident in 2014 where he broke his arm. And in terms of what happened, he stays in Brakpan. I had to go and see him. He was driving under the influence of alcohol, and the scene was cleared. And IPID never investigated this. And I think Advocate Kemu will talk more about the cases. Secondly, there was another accident. We'll get the case numbers, we'll send in terms of our statement, where Chief Mapie was also involved in an accident under the influence of alcohol. And I am told that a child died out of that accident. And those were never... Second, the third one, Chief Mapie, there was a woman whom he pushed, assaulted, and that woman opened the case, and subsequently IP took the case from the city, and that woman was forced to withdraw the case, and she made a statement. The fourth one is about the rape case of the victim who requested to be interviewed by this commission. The rape case was opened in June, and Chief received a protection order. I think, I've forgotten the month, will indicate in our protection order against, because he was continuously going to the vicinity or to the area or to the place of this particular victim.
Sorry to interject, you said June, what year, please?
It's 20th of, I'm not sure, we'll get the dates.
Okay.
But the victim will talk to the story herself. She continuously went to the area. But what is important in terms of defeating the ends of justice, and Chief working closely with some law enforcement agencies, that nothing happens to him. It is actually concerning that the rape case is opened and nothing happens to him. The poor victim is suffering and nothing is being said. In-state council is actually interested in ensuring that Chief is cleaned up.
So
The Chief is actually cleared from this thing,
Chief, yes.
because it was a battle for him to be suspended anyway. So my issue here is that if we have support from law enforcement agencies and from politicians, it means you are lucky. And lonely voices like ours, we do not get any support from anything.
now,
Just a moment. Dr. Mashazi, just so that I don't understand you. What is the purpose of this section of your statement?
The purpose
I'm
is
trying to make sense of it because you have been invited to this commission to respond to allegations made against the Ekurhuleni Metro and EMPD and the extent to which you played a role in all those things. And then there is this section in your statement, and I'm not criticizing you. It is your statement. For my benefit, I'm just trying to understand. Is the purpose of this section to say that we must not believe the people who gave evidence here because they are also bad people? They have done the things you have mentioned in the statement. I'm trying to understand what the purpose of this section of the affidavit is and what we as the commission should do with it. So if you can just assist me there, and it's not a criticism, it's just so that I understand why we are dealing with the things that are mentioned in this specific section.
the purpose, obviously, is to highlight the behavior of the chief of police. He came here as a victim, and I don't know whether he disclosed, because I was not listening to the commission, he disclosed that he was suspended for sexual harassment. I don't know if he disclosed that. So it's to bring to the attention of the commission that in as much as he is suspended or he appeared here and he made allegation, for me, he's an aggrieved person. He's an aggrieved person. And that's why I'm making this statement that an aggrieved person would say anything to tarnish one's reputation or legacy. That is the purpose of the paragraph.
Thank you. Now I understand.
yes, Commissioner.
Yeah. I mean, in the back of that answer where you say you're telling us that all of this to show us he's an aggrieved person, but your evidence is nothing was done to him from these things that you list. He got away with it. He used your words, he used law enforcement, and he's got counsel protecting him. So according to your evidence or your testimony, nothing, he suffered no consequence for the list of things that you are giving, except the suspension in 2024, and we'll come to that. But you've listed a number of things where you say there was no consequence. So how are these evidence or proof of grievance, these things that you are listing in paragraph 50, how can they serve that purpose if there was no consequence to him?
I think we discussed the issue of consequence management from my side, and I've explained that my hands are tight or were tight because I've been blocked through and through to deal with him. The process of dealing with senior managers, it is in the Systems Act. Senior Managers Systems Act, I think, is Section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act, where you are required to get an investigation report or an allegation first. And I write the report to the municipal council with all the attachment to council, for council to take a decision because he's appointed by council through section 56. So my duty was to write the report to council with all the attachment, but by then I did not have attachment. Hence, it is viewed, which I accept, that I did nothing. But here, I'm trying to, as I answered Commissioner, that the purpose of this is to bring to the attention of the Commission that Chief came here to actually air his grievance more than anything.
Okay.
But he has a lot to answer. But it is not for this Commission to run a grievance process or to run a DC for individuals.
Yes. No, you are correct. It's not our place to run a DC, but you have put this stuff before us. So I think in fairness to you, we give you the opportunity to explain it where we don't understand. But also I think in fairness to the people that you're naming, they need to know what it is you're saying about them. Which brings me to this. You say about 50.2, you say in 2014, he was involved in a motor vehicle collision where he drove drunk. At the time you were the COO. Was this matter as a Section 56 employee or appointment, the chief, was this brought to the attention of the council and is there a record of it?
It was never brought to the attention of council.
Okay. And then you say there was another incident, again, drunken driving. What year was that? The second one?
I'm not sure. We'll get the information. As we said, we are going to substitute our statement.
I can still ask my question. Did you bring this second incident to the attention of the council as the city manager?
Of the council.
Yes.
Because I don't have the data, I don't want to respond much to that. We'll actually amend our statement, then that we can talk to that.
But you will remember surely sitting there whether you submitted a report to council or not. You may not remember date, but you would remember what you did about the first incident vis-a-vis council, what you did about the second incident. Surely that you must be able to remember.
Remember, accidents, they're reported, they're actually accident of police officers and brutality of police officers. It is the area of operation of IPIT. IPIT was supposed to do the investigation. And after the investigation, then, because he reports to me directly, they should give me a report and I should have done something about that. So if the report is not forthcoming from IPIT, I cannot go to council with empty hands and say, Chief did 1, 2, 3. That's why I'm saying to you and pleading with you that let me get the full report and then we amend our statement.
Okay, I accept that, but can we at least agree that driving under the influence of alcohol and damaging council property is disciplinable conduct, which falls within the municipality's remit? You accept that? 2014,
I was not the accounting officer.
Yes, the next
and
incident.
I agree with you that rests with the council.
Okay. And the next one is the incident where you say he pushed a woman who broke her arm or something and ended up laying a complaint, I think you said, about her. Did you report, did you do anything about that? It sounds again like disciplinable conduct. As his manager, did you do anything about it?
Yes, it was reported to council and IPIT quickly took the report that they're investigating the case. Same as the second one for rape. To date, we do not have a report from IPIT.
Okay. So is it the position or is it your testimony that even conduct that on the face of it is disciplinable, is a misconduct in terms of the code of discipline and employment contracts, even that kind of conduct, you don't act on it until IPIT tells you you must discipline. You wait for IPIT.
No. Remember, the sexual harassment and pushing of that pregnant woman, it was part of my report to council. for chief to be disciplined. Those two were part of my reports. I did my job as an accounting officer.
And we should be able to get a copy of your report to council.
Of my report to council, yes, one of the reports is here for his suspension. So I think it's also important to get, I wanted to get my original item to the mayoral committee
Yes.
to show the difference in terms of their decision and what I propose. Unfortunately, I can't get access to those documents.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just on that score, before we break for tea, you reference 4 cases. I'm correct that you say all of them were reported to IPID? No, the mic doesn't know when you're nodding your head, Dr. Imogen Mashazi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So my question simply is, perhaps to invite you in the supplementary affidavit or statement to provide further detail regarding specifically these 4 cases. And my interest in them lies in the fact that the IPID failed to act thereupon. So it assists if we have the detail, then we can follow up with IPID to determine why it is these matters were not acted upon, although they were formally brought to IPID's attention. Would you be able to do that for us in the supplementary
We'll
statement?
try if we get information from council.
And on that score, I don't know, sitting here, whether you are able to, or perhaps in a day or 2 after you've conferred with your attorneys, in regard to the request I have made, whether you are able to identify documentation that you would potentially need to address that request. And if your attorneys could furnish that to us ASAP, and we see if we can obtain the documents on your behalf from the city.
We'll try.
We'll try, okay. And please add on then to that list, if I understood correctly, following the engagement you just had with Commissioner Baloyi regarding the assault and the pushing of the pregnant lady that you say you specifically reported to council. So if you could try and recall the time in which that happened to narrow our search within the Ekurhuleni Council to try and locate the report that you made to council.
Yeah, we'll try and get the information.
Thank you. And perhaps if you could indicate to us by Wednesday the nature of the documents that you require so that we try and locate them, because your agreement with the chair is that your supplementary will come in by Monday next week. Okay. Chair, might this be an appropriate time for a tea adjournment? Thank you.
So,
Yes, Commissioner.
Before we break for tea, Dr. Mashazi, just to close off this paragraph, in paragraph 50.1, you mention, and I think I would like to be clear what it is you are saying in your evidence. You mention Lieutenant Colonel Tepa as one of the people that Chief Mapie referred to as his angels. You have also, in your explanation, said at some point she was put in to be one of your protectors by him. But it is in a paragraph where you speak about her. It's in a paragraph where you say Chief Mapie had children with subordinates who were vulnerable to his abuse of power, including conduct amounting to sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. Just to be clear, from your evidence, are you saying that Colonel Tepa is one of the people that you refer to as subordinates that have had children with the chief, that have been the victims of his abuse of power, coercion, sexual harassment, and rape? Are you saying that about her?
I have explained that if you are called an angel, it means you are playing along. If you are not an angel, obviously you won't. If you are not called an angel, you will not play along with chief and agree to be abused, sexually abused.
I think we have to go past innuendo. This is very damaging if it is not backed up by facts. I'm happy for you to say it's fact, what you are saying about her, and you will give us evidence that backs it up. We won't stop you doing that. But if you're relying on innuendo because she's called one of my angels, and you say, therefore, she must have had an improper relationship with him, that is not permissible. So I'm asking you a direct question. Do you say it as a fact
It's a
that
fact
Colonel Tipper had an improper relationship with Chief Mapiyeye, and in particular, and maybe let me put it as specific as what I think you're suggesting, she had a sexual relationship with Chief Mapiyeye. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
And you have evidence of that you will include in your supplementary statement?
Evidence of them having an affair. Did you ask for evidence from Xolani? No.
Miss
Ma'am, did you ask evidence from Mweza when he said, I have extramural activities with Mkhwanazi?
I'm asking you the question. You don't ask me questions. I ask you questions.
So I
You
have
are
no comment.
May I please speak? You're a witness. You have to allow me to speak, and we'll give you the chance to answer. You make very serious statement about Colonel Tipper. I'm not speaking about anybody else at this point. I'm speaking about Colonel Tipper. You make a very serious allegation about her. And what I'm asking of you is, if you know as a fact, can we have it in your statement if it is a fact? Because Colonel Tipper will have to deal with this.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Colonel Tipper herself also, she said, I have a close relationship with Mkhwanazi. And I never, in the statement, you asking, or the commission asking them, that do you have evidence that I have a close relationship with Mkhwanazi?
Okay.
So it's the same answer, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for that answer.
Chair, before we stand down for tea, may I just ask one question to the witness? Dr. Mashazi, I understand, particularly with reference to your last answer, that it was suggested by one of the witnesses that you had a close relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi. Do you equate that to a claim by you that a female member, subordinate, had a sexual relationship with their senior at work? Do you place those on par, those two claims?
I cannot comment on that.
No, you are the one making the statement, so I want to know whether, are they the
But
same?
I don't want to comment on that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, Doctor, it was actually Commissioner Baloyi
Commissioner Baloyi.
who engaged Mr. Nziza on the nature of the relationship. So I'm just saying, for the record, it should become clear that the statement did not just pass without engagement. Commissioner Baloyi engaged Mr. Nziza to get an idea of what exactly the proximity, I think that's the word Mr. Nziza used, what exactly he meant by proximity. So Mr. Nziza was engaged on that issue, for the record. And also, a video was played in which Brigadier Mkhwanazi went so far as to say that he would die for you, he would take a bullet for you. So some evidence was laid with regard to the nature of the quote-unquote proximity or the quote-unquote relationship. Not suggesting a sexual relationship, improper relationship, or anything. So some objective evidence was laid as to what, in the end, we will make of it. We will decide at the appropriate stage. So I'm just putting that on the record to make sure that you do not leave this commission saying that, as you were suggesting to Commissioner Baloyi, that there was no engagement at all with regard to the relationship that Mr. Nziza was suggesting.
Yeah,
May we take the adjournment at this stage. And resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. You may have a seat. Okay. Chair, I'm about to turn to a new chapter. Is the previous one exhausted? Dr. Mashazi, we are now at your page 9 of your statement. And we start with the heading structure of the statement. You located that.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to, as you state in your paragraph 52, you say one of the documents furnished to your attorneys, which you attach as IM6, and IM6 is to be found at page 18. And you say this is a document you received, or your attorneys received on your behalf from the commission. I confirm for the record, correct, that the evidence leaders generated that document and served it upon you. Attached to that document, you indicate that attached to that document was a specific list of issues to be addressed by yourself in your statement, and there's a total of 13 issues raised with you. So insofar as the structure of your statement is concerned, do you confirm that it follows the questions as listed, so you answer each question in turn? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to explain that to the extent that the commissioners might believe you are addressing yourself to an issue that they may for some reason deem irrelevant, that you are answering a question specifically posed to you by the evidence leaders. Okay. And if you may remember, if you agree with me or disagree with me, you don't nod or you don't shake your head because the microphone won't pick up the answer. So just to remind you each time to please verbalize your answer. Against that understanding then, we turn to the first, what you call point 1, following paragraph 54. Are we there?
Yes, ma'am.
At point 1, you were invited to comment on the provisions of section 64C2 of the South African Police Act Service Act of 68 and 1995, and to provide your own interpretation as city manager of the powers set out therein, insofar as they relate to the chief of police. You confirm that? Your answer to that specific question then starts at paragraph 55. If you could take the commissioners through your response.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I understand the SERVS Act 64C2 of 1995 is that the Municipal Council will appoint a municipal police service, and the executive head of that would be the chief of police, and the accounting officer will be the chief executive officer. Therefore, the powers of the chief of police are subject to the directive of the chief executive officer, which is the accounting office.
Apologies. You proceed then from paragraph 56 to reference the systems of delegations, and you have attached an excerpt from the Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000. That excerpt you have annexed as IM8, if you go to the annexures bundle. IM8 at page 29.
Yes, ma'am, I found.
Have you located it? Okay.
Yes.
Earlier, I referenced a series of files to your right, and at the time I suggested that you not concern yourself with. Those, for the record, are the complete bundles of the 4 witnesses who testified from EMPD, to wit, Chief Mapieye, Commissioner Spies, Mr. Ngiza, and Ms. Tepper. Those are the files to your right, together with their respective annexures. I indicated that I will refer to them from time to time, and they are marked on the spine with their respective names. Can you then pull out the statement of Chief Mapieye? It will be a file of statement and annexures. And in particular, I would like to refer you to page 7
Of the statement.
of the statement of Mr. Mapieye. And I refer to page 7, paragraph 21, for convenience purely because Chief Mapieye quoted section 64C2 in full, which is the section that you are engaging with under this heading.
Yes.
And you will see from that quotation that it provides that the executive head, and you'll confirm that the executive, reference to the executive here is the Chief of Police.
Yes, ma'am.
Subject to this act being the SAPS Act, and a few other prescripts, exercise control over the municipal service and shall, amongst other things, and then it lists, let's say, his powers and duties. Do you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you confirm that section 64C provides that the Chief of Police is appointed by council and reports to council through the city manager?
That's correct.
With that understanding, therefore, kindly explain whether the section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act that you annex alters that position in any way. You remember? It doesn't. So the powers bestowed upon the Chief of Police as set out in Chief Mapiye's paragraph 21 remain unaffected by the provisions of section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act. I want, when you either confirm or you don't, that's what I'm trying to test.
I don't.
You don't what?
I don't confirm.
Okay, what is the position, what is the impact in your understanding of section 56 on the powers of the Chief of Police?
Yeah, in fact, let me start by saying, in as much as there's a SAPS Act which deals with the powers of the Chief of Police, but the Chief of Police is appointed under the Municipal Systems Act, section 56. Therefore, the powers that is being given by the SAPS Act must be read with the powers of the Municipal Systems Act as a senior manager.
Yes.
As a senior manager. And also in terms of some of the, I know that there'll be a criticism that systems of delegations cannot supersede the legislation. That I understand. But this is how the council works. Council is a third sphere of government, which is obviously autonomous from other spheres. All the spheres of government are actually autonomous to each other. For instance, in council, we have our own legislation, like your Municipal Systems Act, your Structures Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, but we do take cognizance of certain acts that affect different portfolios within council, like your Health Act, which affect the social health and social development, and the the SEFS Act that actually affects the operations of police. I hear some saying that the two acts must be read together. And in terms of the statement here that I usurped his powers, it cannot be true because I operate under the Municipal Systems Act, and the council has approved delegations, and also Section 56 is clear in terms of the powers of the senior managers or the powers of the accounting officer. If it is his notion that I usurp his powers, unfortunately, I cannot confirm that and agree to that.
Thank you for that. You don't have it immediately before you. But I am going to read out some sections from the SAPS Act itself. And in particular, it's section 64, capital B, and it reads as follows, I quote, "The chief executive officer of a municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of municipal services, police service." You heard that. So he's accountable, is responsible and accountable to the council. Section 64C, sub 1, provides that subject to section 64D, a municipal council shall appoint a member of the municipal police service as the executive head thereof. You heard that. Based on that, do we at least accept that insofar as the SAPS Act is concerned, the chief of police is appointed by council and is accountable to the municipal council?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I want to refer you to your annexure IM 8 at page 29 to point out whether the difference between the two sections, section 64C read with 64B and of the subsect and section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act is as follows. If you could turn to your page 29 of the bundle.
Yes, ma'am.
The section you invoked is section 56, appointment of managers directly accountable to municipal managers. 56 sub 1 sub A provides a municipal council after consultation with the municipal manager must appoint Roman 1, a manager directly accountable to the municipal manager. In the context of what section 64B and C provide of the SAPS Act, that is not the chief of police, because the chief of police, we know from that act, is accountable to council. Would you have a challenge with that proposition?
The Municipal Systems Act, as I understand it, and the SEFS Act, as I understand it, it says that it's the executive head, the head will be the chief of police. But in terms of his powers are subject to the chief executive officer, which is the accounting officer. And then in terms of this section 56(1), a manager accountable to the municipal manager, chief in terms of his employment or contract, which we will send with the team, he's appointed as a senior manager under the Municipal Systems Act.
I'm testing my understanding now of what you say. So therefore, because you say he's appointed in terms of section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act, he therefore becomes accountable to the city manager.
Yes.
And you suggest that we overlook the provisions of the SAPS Act, which makes him accountable to council.
Can you repeat your question?
My question is, based on what you have just said, and I'm checking whether I understand you correctly, that Section 56, and you say he's appointed in terms of that section of the Municipal Systems Act, makes him accountable to the city manager, Section 56.
Yes.
And you say that should be the prevailing section, and we overlook the fact that the SUBS Act prescribes that the chief of police is accountable to council. Do we overlook the provisions of the SUBS Act?
I'm not overlooking that particular SUBS Act. Remember, the SUBS Act is about the chief of police
Yes.
being the head,
Yeah.
and it refers to me as the chief executive officer, and that his powers are subject to my directive as a chief executive officer. Then when you go to Section 56, it is clear that even his employment contract, he reports to me directly. He doesn't report to council. He's the head of department of EMPD, to an extent that the current structure, organizational structure, that was done now by council, the chief of police position has been downgraded. There'll be a head of community services, like in the list of positions, the list of departments that I referred to in my statement. We no longer have a department of EMPD or Ekurhuleni Metropolis. It is under the head community services. He may not even be a police officer. He may be a firefighter. So these are two departments that have been merged. So I don't know how are we going to deal with these two legislations, because at some point, because of this confusion between the two legislation, I suggested to Chief in one of my statements that, Chief, because there is this gray area about the SUBS Act in terms of your powers and the systems and the Municipal Systems Act, please create a policy for me. Create a policy for me. I don't know which, maybe at some point we'll go through it. Create a policy so that we avoid these gray areas in dealing with issues in the EMPD, because they are very peculiar. I'm not a police officer, and I do not deal with the SUBS Act on a daily basis, and I don't deal only with the Metropolis. You can imagine that I have 26 departments, and they're all scattered within the city. Metropolis itself is in Kempton Park, like 50 kilometers away from the head office where my office was based. So it is important that these two acts, obviously, they are creating a gray area. Hence, I try to address it by requesting him to create a policy, because for me, it was a confusion.
Is it possible, and I put it no higher than that, that perhaps the error arose in his appointment by invoking Section 56? Is it possible that in appointing him, the council relied on Section 56
Yes.
when it ought to have relied on Section 64? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. Now, you say you recognize the conflict between the two because they deal with an important issue, which is the final repository of the power. You have a legal department within the city, I accept. Is that correct? Did you inquire from the legal department, or did you request an opinion to address specifically that conflict? Because I don't see how the chief of police, who is not a lawyer, to my understanding, would have assisted you. Did you direct perhaps a request to the legal department?
Well, the issue of conflict in terms of the SEPS Act as well as the Municipal Systems Act will remain a gray area for council. It's council that is supposed to actually take into cognizance the existence of this act. And one may argue to say that this has been our general argument, that Chief was appointed under Section 56 of the Municipal Act, not under the SEPS Act. And he draws his salary from the Municipal Systems Act or from council, municipal council, that has created systems of delegations that that is governed through the Systems Act. So it's something that needs to be addressed by council, to be honest.
I appreciate that, and thank you for that answer. My question really was whether or not you had turned at any point to the city's legal department to seek guidance as to the correct interpretation and approach. You hadn't.
Not yet. I only requested a policy from Chief to
Yes.
assist me in dealing with the challenges that we face between the Systems Act and the SEPS Act in terms of his powers.
Noted. And I raise this issue specifically, and I do accept that it's a technical legal interpretations, and I do appreciate any challenges you may have in that regard. But I raise it particularly because it informs a number of decisions that you subsequently took that we will be dealing with. And it was necessary that the steps you took or the responses you gave be placed in their proper context as to your understanding of what your powers were and what his as the Chief of Police were. You state then at your paragraph 58 that the Chief of Police's powers are subject to your directive, their directives. And that, if I go back to Chief Mapiea's quotation of Section 64C, you derive from what's quoted there, because it specifically provides, the executive head shall, subject to this act, national standards and the directives of the Chief Executive Officer of the municipality, exercise control over the municipal police service and shall, and then enumerates the powers granted him. Now you say those powers enumerated there, the Chief of Police must exercise subject to your directives. My question is, what impact did you understand any directives that you issue to have on those powers set out in 64? Does it strip the Chief of Police of the powers because you so direct? Or what is the impact of the directives? Because you say his powers are further subject to my directive.
Well, as I indicated that I work, I function, or I exercise my powers using the Systems Act. I am employed under the Systems Act, Section 54, and he's employed under the Systems Act, Section 56. So in terms of the powers, from those powers are actually interpreted as and when there are challenges. For instance, there was misunderstanding about the appointment, and I relied on the systems of delegations as well as the Systems Act. That, well, Chief, in as much as you are saying you are responsible for appointing from Deputy Chief of Police up to a cleaner in your department, it is not possible. Hence, Council has created systems of delegation. When is he going to do his work? When he must sit in the interviews of junior officials. So the systems of delegations, as approved by Council, is meant to assist senior managers to concentrate on the general performance of the department, on governance issues, and on strategic issues than on operational issues. So that's why I relied on the systems of delegations, because I'm actually subject to actually adhere to them, as well as him, because he is appointed under the Systems Act, Municipal System Act. He's not in the. Okay, let me stop there.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm interested in your understanding of the effect of your directives on the powers of the Chief of Police as listed, and I'll give you an example. Sub B of that Section 64, capital C, sub 2, stipulates that subject, of course, to the Act, to national standards, and directives of the Chief Executive Officer of the municipality, the Chief of Police shall be responsible for the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal police service. And am I correct to understand that's a reference to men and women in uniform who are the police? So if the Act says he is responsible for that function, I want to understand, to get your understanding as to the effect of any directives you may issue as city manager on that power. Can you strip him of that power, as you understood things?
As I understand, I used the systems of delegation that actually explains the powers of the chief, which level can he appoint. He is, in terms of the systems of delegations approved by council, he is only responsible to appoint his deputies, and his deputies are delegated to deal with the lower levels and the executive managers, etc., etc. In terms of, I relied on the systems of delegation, in as much as there is this notion that I usurped his powers, but I worked with documents that council uses. Remember, we are both appointed by council, in as much as he has this SAPS Act that gave him powers. Hence, I said there is a gray area between the two legislation, which at some point council needs to actually acknowledge and correct some of these things. Remember, as an accounting officer, you are appointed in terms of the legislation, and you must abide by that legislation, which is the Municipal Systems Act, and also the systems of delegations, which are approved by council. I cannot go outside that in terms of my directive.
I understood. Thank you for that. But just to close on that topic, when we, at paragraph 58, at page 11, you state his powers are further subject to my directives. That is a reference to his powers in terms of the SAPS Act, not the Municipal Systems Act, correct?
Both.
Okay, I'll accept both. Can I try again then to say, what does your directives do to his powers? Can you change his powers? Can you strip him of his powers?
I can't.
Okay. So your directives would never have that effect, whether the powers derive from the Systems Act or the SAPS Act.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Dr. Mashazi, it requires a yes answer, and you can elaborate if you so wish. My understanding of your evidence is that to the extent that you participated in recruitment, appointment, transfers within the municipal police, you believe that you were acting in terms of the powers conferred upon the Municipal Systems Act and the systems of delegation. Whether you are right or wrong, that's a separate issue, but you believe that these two instruments permitted you to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. I never participated in the employment of junior officials. I only participate in the appointment of HODs. That is a legislated powers in terms of the Systems Act, that the accounting officers shall be the chairperson of the panel to appoint senior managers, senior manager including chief of police. Then when you go to the delegations are clear. Then such powers from the municipal accounting officer are further sub-delegated to the HODs, which is now chief of police. Chief of police powers are delegated to appoint divisional heads, which are his deputies. Then further to that, I've attached a copy. Deputies are responsible to appoint the next level. So meaning at the inspector level, the lowest level, it will be your superintendent who are going to be delegated, who are delegated to appoint those junior officials. I do not sit in the interviews of junior officials, including the divisional heads. The divisional heads, chief sits there as the chairperson of those panels, including the appointment of General Mkhwanazi. He sat there.
You say you did not take any powers away from him.
No.
You simply followed the Municipal Systems Act and the systems of delegation.
Correct.
So it was not you taking powers away from him.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Kwalo.
Dr. Mashazi, just to make sure that I understand, I'm looking at this delegation document at page 27 of the bundle. That's IM 7. I just want to make sure that I understand I'm reading it correctly.
Can you raise your voice?
Page 27 of the bundle, it's IM 7.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. So what you've got there is you've got in that shaded part, it says the HOD has the following, EMPD has the following assigned to him in terms of the applicable legislation. You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you go to item 2 thereof, it says responsible for maintaining an impartial, accountable, transparent appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the Metro Police Service. If you go to the column with delegation, where the heading is delegation, you see what I'm saying, where I'm reading? Am I reading it correctly to say that that power in 2, he exercises it in respect of divisional heads? Is that the way to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then when you go to 3, item 3, which says responsible for recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members, subject to applicable law, that applies to divisional heads and executive managers.
Correct.
And then lastly, responsible for the discipline of the municipal police service, that applies to divisional head, executive managers, and managers. So he's got the power over those people.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I understand. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. That then brings us to the end of question 1. And I would then like to invite us to consider question 2. For that purpose, I think you can close the file containing Chief Mapiere's statement. You can put it aside to make some space for yourself. You deal, question 2 inquired from you as to your knowledge of and a role, if any, in the conclusion of 2 memoranda of agreement by Brigadier Mkhwanazi on behalf of the city of Ekurhuleni, and invited you to give comments. Do you see that? I'm at page 11 of your statement. Verbal. Do you see where I am in your statement?
Yes,
And following paragraph 58. And you deal cumulatively with the question 2.1 and 2.2, because the one question was specific to the memorandum of agreement with Medicare 24 during or about October 2021, and the other one being item 2.2 dealt with memorandum of agreement concluded with CAT VIP protection during or about October 2021. You then provide your answer from paragraph 59 at page 11 through to 66. Would you like to take the commissioners through your response as regards any knowledge you had regarding the conclusion of these 2 documents and any role you played, if any, in the conclusion of the 2 documents? Thank you.
Thank you, SC. The document, the memoranda, the 2 memoranda that were signed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, to my knowledge, it did not come to the attention of my office, and I did not know the origin, and I did not even know that they were implemented. For me, it is irregular for the department or a junior official to enter into a memorandum or memoranda without the accounting officer. The memoranda obviously contains the issue of the donation and so forth, but for me it was illegal. It was not within his powers to actually enter into those memoranda.
You reference annexures IM 9 and IM 10, which appear in your annexure bundle, page 9 and page 31, my apologies, and page 32 respectively. Your bundle file.
I'm checking.
It should have your name on the spine and read annexures. Have you found it? It should have your name and a file with your name on the spine, headed annexures. And I'm referring you to annexures 9 and 10, which appear at page 31 and 32 respectively.
Page, apologies for
No,
that.
it's quite okay.
Page?
Page 31.
Yes. Page 31, yes, ma'am.
Please confirm that that is marked IM9
Yes.
and it's an email with a name at the top, Liesel Tires. Is that where we are at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are going to have regard to that document. And the following one, which is IM10. And then you annex the two memoranda as IM11 and IM12 respectively. Okay. Now, you indicate in your statement, and I think you have confirmed now in oral testimony, that you had no knowledge of the conclusion of these documents, these memoranda. You played no role in their conclusion. You state at paragraph 63, the first time I saw, and at page 12, the first time I saw signed versions of the memoranda was on 26 November 2025. Is that correct? No, Dr. Mashazi.
I beg your pardon?
We have to be verbal in our responses.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, you specifically call them signed versions. Does that suggest you have seen unsigned versions?
Yes, I have.
Where have you seen them?
It was through communication between, it was in the, I think it was in the IP report, I don't recall, but we will check and verify.
Because you have annexed IM9 and IM10 at paragraph 65, and we said IM9 starts at page 31. That's an email. And this, as I read it, is an email from Jermaine Fortain. It's dated the 24th of October 2021. Do you see where I'm reading? And it reads, "Good day, Lizelle. For attention, if the chief, I guess that's off. Draft proposal accepted by Medicare 24, yet to do some amendments." You see where I'm reading? Am I reading this correctly, that this particular email had attached to it the two memoranda? Sound. Yes, ma'am. Is it the two memoranda that were attached to this email?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you suggesting that that email forwarded the unsigned memoranda. Is that what you are saying, or am I misunderstanding you?
Yes, ma'am. As we indicated about the time constraint and the volume of evidence and statements, and as well as transcripts from the witnesses, well, our statement needs to be amended in terms of that, in terms of this particular sentence, and we would amend that.
Okay, for the record, just indicate the extent to which you'd like to amend that sentence, just to
Yes.
place it on record.
That we first saw the signed one, but to be honest, the question that you posed to me is, was I aware
Yes.
of the memoranda? And my answer was that I was not aware, and also it was irregular for the department to enter into that. But in terms of how and when, which one was signed in terms of the iPad report, whether it was signed or not, I cannot give you a definite answer. That's why I'm saying we'll go back and recorrect.
Okay, because you attach at paragraph 64, the two signed memoranda, marked
Yes.
Annex to IM 11 and 12. Am I understanding you correctly that IM 11 and 12 are the signed versions that you first came to learn of on the 26th of November 2025
Exactly.
when they were presented to your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. Then does that suggest that you were aware of unsigned versions?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able, firstly, where did you obtain the unsigned versions, if I may inquire?
I don't remember. As I'm saying that because of the time constraint,
Yes.
it was difficult for us to get information anyway. And as I indicated during our session, that when you request documents, you are requested to go through the POPI Act and so forth and so forth. So the time given to us, it was definitely difficult because at some point we requested some document and we were told that we must apply. My attorney must apply. And I'm expected to appear and give proper evidence in terms of my testimony.
Okay. Then the Annex to IM 11 and IM 12, which you say you obtained from the commission, attached, are both signed and dated by above the name J.D. Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services. And I'm looking specifically at page 42, 35 and 42 of the two annexures. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
At page 35, it's the conclusion of the first memorandum. There's a signature there that has been redacted. It's J.D. Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services. The second memorandum, JM 11, starts at page 37, and page 42, once again, has got a redacted signature, and above the name J.D. Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services. And these are the documents that you say you obtained from the commission. Both of them are dated, partly dated. No, they are not dated. They reference, however, an effective date of 10/2021. Do you accept that, just from the
Yes, I
document
do.
itself?
Yes, I do.
So we can accept that these would have come to your attention at the earliest in October 2021, at the very earliest, not before. Do you accept my logic?
I don't.
They are dated October 2021. They would suggest that they would not have been in existence prior to that date.
Yeah, they were never brought to my attention, as I indicated. Whether they are dated 2021, he signed them in 2021, or all I'm saying is I don't want to get into details of when was it signed, the draft, and so forth. All I want to respond to, according to my knowledge and according to my understanding, is that the two documents were never brought to my attention. This is the practice from the Department of Metropolis, not the city itself, because if I was aware of such memoranda, I was going to take action, to be honest, because it is irregular for a department to enter into any relationship with external service provider without the knowledge of the accounting officer.
And my question was informed by your statement that you had seen the unsigned version of these memoranda, and I was trying to determine, and for that we will have to rely on your memory, as to when that could possibly have been that you saw unsigned memoranda.
Can you repeat the question?
I say my question regarding these two is informed by what you stated, paragraph 63. You said the first time I saw signed versions was when you obtained them from the commission. I had asked you a question, that's whether it is correct to understand that means you have seen unsigned versions, and you confirmed that. So I wanted to determine when that could possibly have been that you saw unsigned versions of these two memoranda.
I think it was during the IP report. I'm not sure, hence, ma'am, I'm saying, can we be given an opportunity to go and confirm?
I'm happy to do that, I don't have a challenge, but I just want to know what opportunity we are giving you.
Yes.
Yes, are we giving you an opportunity to go test whether or not you saw the unsigned memoranda in the IPID report?
Yes.
Or whether you saw them elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. But as a guesstimate, you would say it's most probably the IPID report, although I will not hold you to that answer until you have cross-checked.
Okay.
Okay. And you conclude that section by saying you had no knowledge of these memoranda or either one of them. You don't even know, I'm now at paragraph 65, whether they were ever implemented, and you confirm that you did not play any role whatsoever in their conclusion. That's correct. And you then invite the commission to turn to Chief Mapieye and Brigadier Mkhwanazi to explain how these memoranda came into existence and how they were signed.
Correct.
Thank you. That then concludes your response to the second question as regard. Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner?
Before you leave this section, Dr. Mashazi, around February 2023, there was a media inquiry from a News 24 journalist, where that journalist was asking about the very memoranda we are discussing under this section. Did you, at that stage, become aware of that inquiry?
It is true that I had that interview with the journalist. His inquiry was about the investigation, the internal investigation, not actually the memoranda, the two memoranda. It was about the investigation and the discipline, the investigation from IPID. What was my understanding? What have we done with the IPID report? That was the basis of the interview with the journalist.
No, I'm not asking about the media interview you had. I'm asking about inquiry from a journalist called Jeff Wicks on 2 February 2023,
Yes.
which was addressed to EMPD or Ekurhuleni, where the subject of the inquiry was this very memoranda that we are discussing now.
Unfortunately, I did not deal with that particular inquiry. And even the investigation, it was between the HR and Chief of Police as well as HOD Legal. I think he's going to speak more about it, the HOD Legal, because he's the one who went through the process with the Chief of Police. And he's the one who went through that, and he further complained about the leakage of information. So I cannot comment on that.
And then the IPID report, because you say in 61.1 of your statement that it was presented to you by officials of IPID on or about September 2023.
Yes.
So it was presented to you.
The IPID report, yes, was presented to me.
And am I correct that the IPID report recommended that the city of Ekurhuleni must charge Julius Mkhwanazi?
Agree.
And the subject of those charges was this very memoranda that we are discussing, that he had entered into this memoranda with CAD Security Services. That was the recommendation from IPID.
Yes, sir.
And you did not act on that recommendation. In fact, you either disregarded it or you chose not to comply with it. I don't know which is which.
In terms of the IPID report was presented. Number one, it was sent to Chief of Police to action because Julius, by then, he was a director. So I did something because the allegations contained in the IPID report were very gross. I acted by referring the report to Corporate and Legal and Chief of Police, because Chief of Police is mandated in terms of the SEFS Act to actually discipline members. And Julius being one of his subordinates, he was supposed to do that. Even when you look at the IPID report, I don't know, I have it somewhere, where they write to him to implement or to discipline Julius. So from my point, I did something as an accounting officer by referring it, because it's a legal document, I referred the document to HOD Legal, who later informed me that the document is incomplete, and he has advised chief or whatever that they cannot take action on this document, rather let them do the internal investigation. But from my part, I did not participate in the discipline of junior officials. My part was for me to accept the report and refer it to the relevant officials who are responsible to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi in terms of his relationship, and also the memoranda that he entered into, the blue light story, the registration of vehicles. Those things were dealt with at the departmental level.
So, as city manager, when you become aware that at departmental level, in the face of such serious allegations, they have not taken any action against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi, did you just wash your hands? Once you became aware that they have not done anything in the face of such serious allegations, what was your part then?
When I became aware, can you repeat the question?
You say you referred them to the department. So there was an IPID report. It recommended that Julius Mkhwanazi be charged. You referred it to the department for Mapiaya to do something about it. You also referred it to legal to have a look at it.
Yes.
And we know nothing came of either the Mapiaya process or the legal process. Now you as city manager, in the face of such serious allegations that impact the city of Ekurhuleni, its credibility, its processes, because you've just said to us, if they entered into those memoranda, that's irregular and you would have done something about it. Now I'm saying to you, when they did not do anything about it, what did you as city manager do? These are serious allegations, Dr. Mashazi. You can have a situation where a security company that has no relationship with the city of Ekurhuleni brings cars to Ekurhuleni and they are registered in the name of Ekurhuleni, and then they are given back or they are never handed over to the city of Ekurhuleni. And then that very security company uses blue lights. And they use those blue lights because there's supposedly a memoranda concluded between Ekurhuleni and that security company authorizing them to make use of blue lights. I mean, those are serious allegations. And to me, it's not good enough to say, I referred it to Mapiaya, I referred it to head of legal. When they did not do anything, I also did not do anything. I find that very difficult to accept.
Okay, I take your point.
You have a comment?
No comment. We'll have a discussion with my attorneys around it.
Dr. Mashazi, maybe on this particular discussion, I know it's ahead in your statement somewhere, but maybe when you want to reconsider and discuss with your attorneys, you may want to have a look at your paragraph 91 in the statement, because in that paragraph 91 of your statement, in that paragraph you tell us who you referred the IPID report to. And now you're saying something different. And maybe take that into account and see what you want to do with it. When you consult with your lawyers, you tell us that you referred it to Kemi Behari, and now you mention Mapieye, and you haven't mentioned him in respect of this report.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Isaac Mapieye, in terms of the IPID report and in terms of his responsibility, he was supposed to discipline Julius. he was supposed to discipline him. 2, I referred the item to the report to Kemi because he's a lawyer. And I think it is our processes that any legal document must be sent to the head of legal to actually peruse and give the accounting officer an opinion
Yes.
on how to move forward. But the responsibility still lied with the chief of police to discipline Julius.
Yes. So did I mishear you then? Because I thought you said you referred the report to Mabiyeye and Behari. Did I mishear that
You
part?
misunderstood. Thank you thank you so much. The report was directly sent to Mabiyeye from the IPT. They wrote to him as the chief of police to discipline Julius.
Yes.
And later the report was presented to me, and I found the report to be problematic in the sense that there were serious allegations. That's why I sent the report to Kemi, and for Kemi to actually advise me in terms of moving forward the report.
Okay. Like I said, it's a topic later on, so I would like to explore it further.
Okay,
so
sure.
I'll pause there for now. But maybe before you leave the topic you were discussing with Ms. Sillo, I just wanted to make a correction factually. At the bundle now, not the statement, the other bundle, at page 31, those emails, I think you and Ms. Sillo have said that the attachments to that email are the 2 memoranda. And maybe let's look at the memoranda and then I'll make the correction that I think needs to be made. And then you can say if I'm correct or not. So in that bundle, the 2 memoranda start at page 33. The first one is the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan and CAT VIP protection. That's at page 33, you see that. And then the next one is at page 30, just if you would just hold on for me.
37.
The next one is at page 32, I think, 32, yes. And it's Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department and Medicare 24, Emergency Medical Services, / Anubi Protection Services. You see that? You see
Commissioner Baloyi, for the record, may I correct? The second one is at page 37, not
Oh,
page
I do
32.
apologize. Indeed, page 37. I'm sorry. So you can see the one at page 37. It's different parties except for the Metropolitan. The other party is different. At 37,
Yes.
it's Medicare and Anubis Protection Services. So it's a different protection services company. You see that? Okay. The correction I thought needs to be made is if you now go back to page 31, keeping in mind what I've pointed out now, if you go back to 31, that email there, the attachment is described as pre-final EMS and EMPD MOU. You see that?
Yes.
In fact, the subject ahead of that is pre-final EMS and EMPD MOU draft 1, and then the next one says EMS and EMPD MOU. None of these headings refer to CAT Protection Services or Anubis Protection Services. You see the point I'm making?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So it seems that we are talking about one memorandum that was attached and not 2. And then the second point I just wanted to make sure we establish for the record is when you say the memoranda, you saw memoranda that were signed and you are referring to these 2, the only signature that appears there is of Brigadier Mkhwanazi and no one else.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps we take a slight step back, and I want us to address specifically the correction that Commissioner Baloyi suggests be effected. And for that purpose, I would like to refer you to Annexure IM 10. At your statement, paragraph 62, You state that these, plural, memoranda were sent to Office of Chief Mapie in October 2021, but were not brought to my attention. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Then you say, I attach here to Annexure IM 9 and IM 10 an email and affidavit confirming that the memoranda, in the plural, were sent to the chief on or about October 21st. Now, if we turn our attention then to IM 10, IM 9 is the email, IM 10 is the affidavit that you reference. Correct?
Correct.
On my reading of IM 10, that is a statement on a City of Ekurhuleni letterhead written in the form of an affidavit and signed by, it states, Liesel Tyers, Personal Assistant, Office of the Chief of Police, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, City of Ekurhuleni, and it's dated the 17th of August 2023 at the bottom. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want us to go to paragraph 2 of that document, that affidavit. The first paragraph of that paragraph 2, there are 2 subparagraphs there. The first reads, I can confirm that I received the mentioned document via email from Superintendent Jermaine Fontaine, dated Sunday, 24th October 2021, and calls it a pre-final EMS and EMPD MOU draft 1. C, there is a C annex, attached annexure B. Then the second paragraph reads, I can confirm that I have received a second email with attachment MOU memorandum of understanding from Superintendent Jermaine Fontaine on the same date, about a few minutes later. The first, the email is supposed to have gone through at 16:09. The second one at 16:13. And the subject, once again, is pre-final EMS and EMPD, and says it's annexure C. You are not the author of this affidavit. You are not the author of this affidavit. I'm going to give my interpretation of what is written here, and I'd like to invite yours. I understood the affidavit to speak to 2 distinct documents. Was that your impression as well on its reading?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, if you accept that these are 2 documents, both of which are memoranda of understanding, do you still intend to effect the correction that Commissioner Baloyi suggests? Because your statement speaks to 2 distinct memoranda, and you say, though the signed versions of those memoranda that are referenced in this document are what we now call IM 11 and 12, which you received from the Commission. So if I can take you back, are we talking about one memorandum here, insofar as both this email and that you have attached and the affidavit that you have attached, or are we speaking about 2 documents?
Yeah, the memoranda that we're talking about, there are 2.
Yes.
One is for the Medicare and one is for the CAT VIP security services.
And you maintain those are the 2 documents that you say are referred to in this affidavit. Can I inquire, even just on a reading of it, this affidavit was not communicated via the email that is attached as EM10, because EM9, because that communicates the memoranda. Where did you obtain this particular affidavit from?
Ma'am, I'm not sure.
No, you don't recall.
And I don't recall, and hence I said we were struggling to we got information from this one.
Okay.
So it is difficult for me to actually indicate the source of the document. But the document obviously is from the EMPD department.
Yes. No, I accept that response. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Can I, Dr. Mashazi, I'm not suggesting that in the final analysis it's going to be of any big moment. I just wanted the factual correction. If you look at that same affidavit that Ms. Sillo is pointing you to, the first paragraph she read refers to an email at 1609, which contains one memorandum, and then another one at 1613. It contains a different MOU. Now, the email from Ms. Fortain at page 31 is at 1609. So we know from the affidavit that it contained one memorandum. That's all I wanted to correct, because I had understood the exchange between you and Ms. Sillo to be that Ms. Fortain had attached to this email at page 31 two memoranda. So I was just making that correction. You see the correction I was making?
Yes.
That what she has attached at 31 is in fact the one memorandum at 1609.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think the correction is correctly pointed out, because in terms of the affidavit, there are two distinct emails. The Times reference there speaks to two different emails. Because you had already started this topic with Commissioner Khumalo, perhaps it's appropriate that we then jump ahead on in your statement to close this IPID investigation issue regarding the use of the blue lights and the conclusion of these two memoranda. You understand? So I'm going to jump ahead. Rather than park it, drift into yonder somewhere only to come back to the same issue. May I suggest that we run ahead and look at page 21. At page 21, you answer question 10. And specifically, the failure to implement the directives by IPID to initiate disciplinary action against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You see where I'm reading? Mm-hmm. To help you, or to help us all to understand exactly what we are talking about, please try and locate Chief Mapie's annexure bundle, and that's where we will locate the actual IPID report. Chief Mapie's bundle. And I would like to refer us to JM19, starting at page 101. 101. Have you located it? When we keep saying the IPID report, that is the document we are talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that Commissioner Khumalo said IPID specifically recommended that disciplinary steps be taken against Mr. Mkhwanazi. And that recommendation appears at page 103 under the heading IPID recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is the report you received.
Mm-hmm.
And Commissioner Khumalo wanted to understand the failure to act on that recommendation. Correct? Your failure specifically as a city manager. That's the question that Commissioner Khumalo had posed to you.
I don't agree that I did not act. I
Okay.
indicated that receiving this document, I acted. And the person responsible to discipline Mkhwanazi is the Chief of Police.
Okay.
I wish the Commission could understand how council works and how the systems of delegations work. And in terms of the SEPS Act, the Commission is aware that the discipline of members in the EMPD relies solely on the Chief of Police. And if the accounting officer had to actually sit in all the DCs of junior officials in this 26 department, how will the accounting officer discharge her duties, especially her strategic duties, governance, service delivery and performance of the city in general?
Okay. Now, Commissioner Kumalo also referenced, I think, an interview you had where you spoke about this issue, specifically that there was an IP report regarding these matters that was not acted upon. You recall that interview?
Yes,
And I would like us to play that clip and then to appreciate the response you gave to the journalist at the time. It should come up shortly.
If there are, but we believe that there's more money that is still sitting within Sintel.
The iPad report for us was very big, and I was unable to discipline anyone. We had to take that iPad report to our investigation. We appointed an independent investigator through the internal audit, and the report was out. We'll share the report with you so that you can start disciplining people. So from that report, the acting chief of police has done nothing wrong. He's cleared. So iPad, they can go ahead if they want to arrest him, if they think he is wrong, because they are police officers. But from our side, in terms of the DC and investigation, there's nothing wrong that the acting chief of police has done. He's been cleared by our report, and for as long as there's nothing that they're doing from their side, if they believe that he is wrong, there's nothing I can do as an accounting officer. He reports to me. Even the chief of police, who is on suspension, he reports to me. If there's any wrongdoing from his side, I must do my own investigation, and I must also subject that person to a DC. I can't subject my officers to a DC based on a report that I myself do not understand, because I had to take it to legal, and legal analyze the report, and they refer the report to internal audit.
We're issuing fines.
Thank you. I won't even summarize my key takeouts, but I'll ask questions based on what I understood your responses to have been. My first is that you indicate in that interview that Brigadier Mkhwanazi did nothing wrong. You say he was cleared by the report, and you reference an internal audit report that cleared him. Did I understand you correctly? Dr. Mashazi?
Exactly, I'm listening.
Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
What internal audit report is this?
The internal report, remember I said I referred the report to HOD Legal. And HOD Legal confirmed, I think there was some annexure from Mr. Nguza's testimony.
Yes.
And I don't want to dwell into that, because the HOD Legal will talk about that, about their response and about going through the report and about their own opinion advising the accounting officer. Remember, I'm not a lawyer. Any legal document that come to me, I must refer it to corporate and legal. Hence, we have that department. So whatever advice sitting here, I think the opinion, it was their opinion then at that point. But looking at the serious allegation now, I feel the HOD should come and talk to the opinion. If I was misled, I will accept.
Okay, we will take the offer, and we will invite the head of legal accordingly. My particular interest is, particularly as an accounting officer, you very specifically reference a document and you call it internal audit report. That's a very specific term, and I'm sure you understand what that means. And you said that specific report cleared Mr. Mkhwanazi. My question is, where and how, when did you see that report? Who did you receive it from? And how can the commission obtain a copy thereof?
It was from the Chief Audit Executive.
Sorry, please say that again.
Chief Audit Executive.
And who was the chief audit executive?
It was Philip Rapal.
Philip Rahwani.
Yeah.
And when was that, considering that the IPID report I referenced you at page 101 of Mapieye annexures is dated the 1st of September 2023. So I take it that the internal audit report would be dated after that date.
Exactly.
Would you recall how much later after that date to assist our search?
I wouldn't. I don't recall, ma'am.
You don't recall. Now, you said in no uncertain terms in that interview that it cleared Mr. Mkhwanazi and that he did nothing wrong. What in the report, what wording appeared in the report that gave you such a definitive and conclusive understanding of the outcome of the internal audit exercise? Did it say, this report clears Mr. Mkhwanazi? Did it say, following extensive investigations, no wrongdoing could be established on the part of Mr. Mkhwanazi? I'm trying to understand, what was the wording, as you recall, of the report that led you to conclude as you did, and you communicated to the journalist accordingly?
I can't recall. I will still have to go back and check.
Sorry, I missed
I
that.
will go back and check.
You'll go back and check. Now, getting back to the IPID report, in the interview with the journalist, you said the report was vague. That's the explanation you provided. And you said, and as a result, you were unable to discipline anyone. Do you recall that bit? Now, I want to invite you to Annexure JM 19 of Mapiye's annexure bundle, which I said is the actual IPID report. And if you could just highlight what in particular about that report you considered vague, with reference to the report itself.
Can you repeat your question?
We are looking at the IPID report. Have you located it in Mapiye's bundle? It's
Yes,
marked
I did.
JM19. It starts at page 101. Now, you said to the journalist in that interview that no one was disciplined because the IPID report is vague, and therefore you were unable to discipline anyone. And you don't understand the content of the report. My question is, which part of this report do you consider vague? Just by flipping through now so we can understand your challenges at the time.
The report was fully analyzed by corporate and legal. Hence, I said, can we allow Advocate Kemi to come and talk to the report and also talk to his opinion about the report? And I indicated at the beginning of my response that if I was ill-advised or given an opinion that is not sustainable from the department, can we therefore allow Advocate Kemi to come and speak to the report? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, but as I indicated, we are happy to do so, except your own words seem to suggest that you considered the report vague. Are you saying that Advocate Bihari advised you that the report is vague? Or did you form the opinion that the report is vague, the IPID report?
That is my understanding from his opinion, from what he said. That is my understanding.
Oh.
Hence, I'm saying I do not want to waste Commissioner's time by saying stories I don't know, legal stories that I don't know and understand. I will ask the Commission. Advocate Kemi Bihari is coming on the 4th to pose this question to him about the opinion he rendered to the accounting officer. Remember, I'm not an expert in all the fields. We have engineering department, legal, HR, and so forth. I'm not an expert in those areas. I rely on HODs to advise me in terms of some of these reports or programs within the city.
My question was prompted by your choice of words in that interview. You said the report is vague, but on based on what you've just said now, please correct me if I'm wrong, you were not suggesting that you reached the conclusion that the report is vague, but you are saying that Advocate Bihari advised you that the report is vague. Is that what you were trying to communicate?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are not in a position to look through the report now as we sit here to try and understand which aspects of the report are vague?
No.
And you operated purely on the basis of what Advocate Bihari informed you and advised you
Exactly.
in his capacity as a lawyer?
Yes.
If we go back to your statement, then
Can I just
Commissioner.
ask a question? Dr. Mashazi, did you read this report from IPID at all?
Yes, I went through it, and because I must interpret it properly
Yes.
before I take any action. Remember, IPID, in as much as there's a memorandum of understanding between ourselves and IPID. When we discipline an official in terms of the labor relation and our processes, the collective bargaining, you need to be able to, in case you are taken on legally, when we go to the labor court, because I'll be the one who will be facing the labor court, I should be able to talk to the report. But if the report is not generated from my system, we had to subject it and confirm some of the things, because as you see the report, there were no annexures attached. Okay? So I know in terms of the report, there are gross allegations that needs to be attended to. Hence, I'm saying I do not want to waste your time, ma'am, the Commission's time, by saying yes, no, yes, no. I'm requesting that we park this. Advocate Kemu will talk to it, because I was solely relying on the opinion given to me at that time. But looking at the report, obviously, I would accept that the opinion is not assisting.
The reason I ask whether you read this report when it was given to you, it's because I'm worried if an impression is created or is drawn from how you're testifying, that you received this report and simply passed it on. You didn't look at it, you didn't engage with its contents, you just passed it on to Advocate Bihari, and then he came back to you with his advice that ignore it, it's vague, and as city manager you were content to deal with things at that superficial level. I'm concerned that your evidence may be misunderstood to convey that. Hence my question, did you read this report?
Yeah, I perused the report.
Yes, you did read it.
Yeah, I perused the report.
Now, having read it,
Yeah.
and you've explained that you would have to defend your position about the position you take about it. Having read the report, and I'm going to assume that you reread it to come and testify here, what in the report in front of you did you consider to be vague, unsubstantiated conclusions about what Brigadier Mkhwanazi is being accused of?
Yeah, post the commission and the evidence that we received, the report is full of gross misconduct, and it needed an action from the city. But initially, because I just perused through the document and there was no attachment to it to confirm, that is the decision that I took after I was advised that the report is vague.
Okay. A different question still relating to this. In your evidence earlier, you say that Chief Mapiaye was responsible to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And you don't get involved with that. And indeed, this report from IPID, you're correct, is addressed to Chief Mapieye, but we know from your evidence that it does come to your attention. But in that interview, you speak about you being responsible to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi. That's what you say in your words. And I'm really confused about what you're saying about your involvement with disciplinary action relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Thank you very much. If you listen to the interview, I said I have a right to discipline Mkhwanazi as an acting chief of police and including chief of police. That's my statement. Acting chief of police, you assume the responsibility of being the chief of police, and the responsibility of disciplining lies with the city manager.
So where criticism is that the city failed to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi arising from this report, according to this interview, that includes you. Because you say you relied on Advocate Behari's advice, and he will come and speak for himself. But to the extent that you own up in the interview that you have the authority to discipline your acting police chief, and you have decided not to discipline him because the report is vague and you've conducted an investigation, that's on you. It's your decision at that point not to discipline him.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me give clarity to your question. At the point of the report and the memorandum, signing of the memorandum, Mkhwanazi was a director. That's why the responsibility of disciplining him was resting in the authority of the chief of police, not the authority of the accounting officer. Hence, in my interview, I said him as an acting chief of police then, and he acted just for a short period. And the chief of police himself, they report to me, acting in the capacity of chief of police. But at the time of this incident, he was a director. And the only person that could discipline him was the chief of police.
But from the interview, we know that you made the decision, for reasons that you've given, you made the decision that there's nothing to discipline him for because an investigation has cleared him. So you made a decision when in that short time that he was acting. You made the decision arising from this IPID report, there's nothing to discipline him for because your investigation has cleared him.
I think I've answered that I was advised at that point whether the advice is admissible or the advice is helping the process. The head of legal will explain.
Okay. And then, can you just explain if the IPID report, as it is directed to the chief of police, and you say he had the authority to discipline, when you receive the same report, so we know where the authority to discipline lies, according to you, it lies with the chief. When you receive the report, why do you take it to Behari when the authority lies with the chief? Why do you say to Behari, look at this, and then you rely on him now saying to you, don't discipline? It sounds like you were doing something that on your evidence didn't belong in your remit because the authority lies with the chief according to your evidence.
Thank you, ma'am. Remember, the chief of police received this from IPID, I think, when was it?
The report is dated September.
September. Yeah, he received this. And from his part, he did not want to act. I don't know why. Then he referred the IPID officials to my office, and they presented the report. There was Advocate Behari in the office. So as there were continuous inquiries about the report, Advocate Behari requested an official called Osborne Kanye from IPID to come and explain to us how do we move, because there were no attachments in terms of the report. That's why I wanted the advocate to come and talk to it. And Mr. Kanye said, because in the report they were suggesting that there were some corruption, fraud and corruption, and advocate wanted to understand that. I was part of that meeting, and Kanye in that meeting, he indicated that they're still busy with the investigation. That's what he said, and this will be confirmed by Advocate Behari. That Kanye was still trying to conclude the investigation and also create criminal charges against Mkhwanazi. And he will take those charges to DPP. And Advocate, I think he did a follow-up again when this thing was ongoing, when I asked him that, what's happening now? Because Mkhwanazi, as far as the report is concerned now, he is being accused of fraud and corruption, which must be dealt with. Then he wrote an email, he will present the email here to Kanye, Osborne Kanye in IPIT, to check how far is he with DPP, so that Mkhwanazi can be arrested for doing this. That's why in the statement I said IPIT should have concluded and they must arrest Mkhwanazi because they are police officers.
Yes. Did you never become aware that employee relations commenced a disciplinary process against Brigadier Mkhwanazi? Are you telling us you never became aware of that when you say Chief Mapia never acted on this?
DC, I don't know about the internal DC. I started knowing about this through the IPIT report. Remember, in terms of the departmental functioning and the systems of delegation, Chief of Police would discipline any member, and I wouldn't be aware, junior officials, I wouldn't be aware of that. And I do not get involved in that.
Yes, I'm asking more specifically, Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
I was not aware about the internal, and the report was never even shared with me.
Thank you.
Doctor, you considered that you perused the report, the IPIT report.
Yeah.
And your reason for taking it to Advocate Behari is that he has legal. But when you perused the report, you must have seen that there were factual, not legal contentions, but factual allegations. I'm sure you noticed that when you perused, did you not? I'm talking fact, not law. Must have seen that there were factual allegations. Is that correct?
Factual allegations?
Yes.
That's your question.
Sorry?
Is that
I am saying, yes, it is. Sorry. I'm told that somebody cannot hear what you are saying, Doctor. Maybe can you pull them, if that's possible? Pull them towards you, much closer, if the cabling will permit, just closer to you. And please speak up as well. Don't be too soft.
Okay.
Thank you. So I was saying, when you perused the IPIT report, you must have seen that it made factual allegations. Did you not?
Yes.
You did. Please speak up.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And serious allegations at that, because I think somewhere even the word fraud or fraudulent is used. So those are serious allegations, correct?
Correct.
One of the allegations being that Brigadier Mkhwanazi facilitated through a Mr. Chris Stein the registration of CAT VIP motor vehicles in the name of the metro, correct? You must have seen that when you
Yes, correct.
when you did your perusal,
Yes.
yes. And also that although there was reference to, that is by Brigadier Mkhwanazi again, to the existence of memoranda, those memoranda in fact did not exist. You must have seen those factual allegations as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, Captain Behari comes back to you and says, there is no case here. Was it not a matter of relative ease for you to say, but there are allegations of fraud, which are to the effect that Brigadier Mkhwanazi, through Mr. Chris Stein, registered CAT VIP vehicles in the name of the metro? What do you say about that, Advocate Behari? Did you at least ask that? You can't just come back to you and say, there's no case here, and then you just accept that without question. What did you say, and why did you not demand of him to explain, for example, those simple factual allegations?
My further engagement with Advocate Behari is that because there are fraud and corruption issues here, can we conclude the process with IP so that he is charged? In terms of internal processes, I am told that there was internal investigation and Chief was dealing with that internal investigation in terms of labor relations.
But in the video you say there's no case here. So it cannot,
It's post-
the two can't stand together.
Yeah.
There being no case and the chief dealing with a case. I'm talking internal case. The two just cannot stand together.
I'm referring to the IPIT report.
Yes,
The question is about the IPIT report
yes,
in terms of what I have done as an accounting officer.
yes.
And you are making a point to say that I should have made a follow-up with Behari.
Yeah.
That with this, after perusal of the report, with these allegations, don't you think that we should persuade the matter further? But my discussion with him, he relies solely to waiting for IP to conclude, because according to him, his understanding. That's why I'm saying I do not want to sort of throw him under the bus. But he was dealing directly with IPIT and indicating that the report, the IPIT has promised that they've taken the report.
Okay,
to
let's
DPP.
let's focus on you then. When you say in the video, in the clip there, that there is no case, aren't you basing that on what Advocate Behari said?
Yes, I am.
So that takes me back to my question,
Yes.
which is, did you just take what he told you at face value without even questioning it?
Yes,
And I'm
I-
asking this question in the context of you being the accounting officer, the most senior administrative/executive official within the municipality. Someone comes with a report. You have perused and seen very serious allegations which make reference to fraud. So someone comes and just says there's no case here, and you do not engage on the specific allegations that you have read, you yourself have read.
I concede.
How can an executive, most senior executive, or top administrator act in that manner?
As I indicated that I deal with a lot of issues, but maybe this one in particular, I did not pay too much attention on it, but I must indicate that I am not protecting anyone, and I'm not here to throw anyone under the bus. The issue of not doing follow-up, I concede that I did not follow up as an accounting officer.
You said, I've forgotten the actual words now, you said maybe you did not take it too seriously. What did you say? but something
I
like
did
that.
not pay too much attention.
You did not pay too much attention.
Yeah.
On something so serious, or did you not consider this to be serious?
I consider it serious.
Something that says a private entity's motor vehicles, the private entity being CAT VIP Protection Services, a private entity's vehicles were registered in the name of the municipality, of which you are the top administrator, and you do not pay too much attention to something like that. I just want to understand your thinking, both now and then.
Then to be honest, I did not peruse the document thoroughly. As I think in my statement, there's somewhere where I indicated that I did not peruse the document. The document immediately, the advocate was part of the meeting with IPIT. The document immediately was taken by him to go and review it.
When you say you did not peruse it thoroughly,
I perused the document after.
After what?
After the opinion and after the interview.
Advocate Behari's opinion?
Yeah, after the opinion.
Before you concluded that there was indeed no case?
After I concluded, after he gave me opinion.
No, the thorough perusal now
is post
you receiving the opinion.
Yes.
But before you come to a definitive view that there is no case here, not so?
Yes.
Now, that still takes us back to my question.
the
Once now you have perused thoroughly, as you say, and you have this opinion, and when you peruse thoroughly, you see that there are serious allegations, one of which is about fraud. How do you then come to this conclusion? And as I see it quite easily, that there is no case here. Why don't you say to Behari, but this says these cars were registered in the municipality's name. Is that correct factually? Why don't you say that to Behari, or why don't you ask that of Behari?
Ask him that, is it factual?
Is it correct that indeed CAT VIP's motor vehicles, that is, motor vehicles belonging to a private entity, were indeed registered as the Metro's vehicles? Why don't you ask Advocate Behari that? Because you can't, this is a factual allegation, that is why I would not be engaging you if we were talking questions of law, which indeed you would have had to rely on him. But now this is factual. It said cars belonging to CAT VIP were registered as though they belonged to the municipality. That's factual. And Advocate Behari comes back to you and says to you, there is no case here. We now know that you actually accepted that. You say so in the video clip. My question is, having perused the IP report thoroughly after receipt of Advocate Behari's report, why did you not engage him on the facts, not law, facts? Is it correct, Advocate Behari, that these cars were indeed registered as if they were the municipality's vehicles? Why don't you ask him that? Also, why don't you ask him, is it correct that an impression was created out there that there are memoranda between the municipality and, I'll focus just on CAT VIP here because I seem to read this to refer to CAT VIP. Did that happen? Is there a memorandum between the municipality and CAT VIP? We know there isn't. But did you engage Advocate Behari on that? What did he say? Those were very easy questions, both questions, the one regarding to the registration and the one regarding the memorandum.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson.
Why did you not raise those questions? How could you, in the face of these allegations, reach the conclusion that you did?
I reached the conclusion before I perused the document and before we received all this documentation that supports the IPIT report. That supports the IPIT report. I properly read this. Post my comment.
I'm getting confused now. If you say you reached your conclusion before, do you mean you reached your conclusion before you sought Advocate Behari's view? I want to understand the before.
No, thanks. I indicated in my interview that I received an opinion from Advocate Behari.
Yes.
That the report is vague. I indicated that in my interview, that the report is vague, therefore we're not going to take any action. Julius was cleared. Brigadier Mkhwanazi was cleared. But
when did your perusal take place? I just want to get an idea of the timeline. Because you say you reached your conclusion before, but at some stage you perused. So I want the timeline, a clearer timeline.
Sorry, Chair, if you misunderstood. I said post.
Post
The advice.
Post the advice,
Yeah,
but before your
advice,
before your final view on the matter.
Yes, and the matter went further to say that my response goes further to say that after receiving the supporting document, I feel that the opinion given then is not assisting me.
So effectively you did not accept Advocate Behari's advice.
Initially I did.
Because it was not eventually.
Initially I did.
But eventually,
but post,
yes.
Eventually post evidence and everything and reading the document properly. I don't think the opinion assisted.
You refer to evidence. Which evidence? What evidence?
The attachment and the illegal memoranda that were signed by Mkhwanazi and the issue of registering vehicles and so forth.
All right.
After getting that evidence, I felt that the opinion did not help me much.
And then once you reached that conclusion, that is that the opinion was not assisting you, what did you then do as the accounting officer?
I had a discussion with Advocate Behari about this.
Again,
and I want him to come and state what really happened afterwards. Because I gave him the responsibility to peruse all the legal document and advise me. But looking at the evidence and the complexity of the matter, I feel, as I indicated, that he needs to review and talk to these issues.
Here at the commission?
Here.
No. I'm asking you about what you did at the time. Once you became aware that what Advocate Behari had given you by way of an opinion did not assist you, what did you do at the time?
At the time...
You are the accounting officer.
Yes, sir.
You've been given an opinion on an issue, or rather on a report that makes very serious allegations. You are the accounting officer. At some point you are satisfied with the opinion, but at a later point you no longer are. Now, once you are no longer satisfied with the opinion, what do you as the accounting officer, top administrator do at the time? At the time,
And
yes.
at the time, when is the timeline? I can't recall the timeline, but I engaged him and he said he has responses to that. He was working with IPIT. That's the response I got. Hence, I'm saying it is important that for you to get the full truth of what really transpired with this report. I know I do take responsibility as an accounting officer, but I relied on him. Hence, I'm requesting that he come and testify on the opinion that he initially gave. And as I said, that after looking at the evidence that was now provided, in terms of the registration of vehicles and supporting documents for this IPID report, I feel that that opinion did not assist me.
He gave you a written opinion. When you indicated to him that you were not happy with the opinion, did you write to him? Did you send an email?
No.
Or
No.
you
And-
communicated orally?
Yeah, it was already, even the initial response from him, it was oral, and he said they're working on the response to get more information from IPID so that they're able to deal with the matter.
Probably this is the the last question from me, at least on this aspect. I want to understand, because you quickly jump to the need for Advocate Behari to come to this commission to testify and clarify his thought processes. But I'm interested to know, there's a point you are not happy with what he told you. You are the accounting officer. There are serious allegations. And this is when, what was the timeline? This is September 2023, and you retired at the end of July 2025. What did you do? You, as the accounting officer, what did you do about these serious allegations that you say you actually saw for yourself when you did the thorough perusal?
There's internal process where Mkhwanazi is being reinvestigated by the city, and there's also suspension from the IPID report and from the commission, obviously. There's an internal process that is going on.
Thank you, Doctor. Let us adjourn and resume at 2:15. 2:15.
We're not gonna finish today.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to resume. Thank you. A reminder about your cell phones. Please make sure they are off.
I think my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, has some questions.
Chair, I'm happy for Ms. Cyrilla to start, and then I'll do whatever follow-ups I need to do on the basis of her starting.
I shall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, when we broke for lunch, we were discussing the issue of the IPID report and how the city, and I'll speak as a city, dealt with that report. You recall the advices you say you received from Advocate Kemi Bihari, who was the head of legal, or who is, I apologize, is the head of legal at the city of Ekurhuleni. You, in response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi, in particular as to why you did not act, you specified that you could not, only the chief of police could act against Mr. Mkhwanazi, and you'd only be able to act against him if he were acting as the acting chief of police. Do you recall that? And you indicated that either before, I think before the interview, oh, I apologize, the witnesses' files have disappeared. The witness doesn't seem to have
took
files.
my files, I don't know.
I know, I do apologize. Joy, what's the story there? Thank you. There were basic assumptions made that the witnesses' files will still be here, but for some reason or other they were removed, all of them, and I note even the extra files.
Should we wait outside?
2 minutes.
We'll
2
hear
minutes while
from
we
you.
track them
Thank
down.
you.
Apologies,
Thank you.
Chair.
No, when it's done, when it's done. Sorry. No, just to see if Dr. Mashazi has the files in any particular order there. Do you want to sort them out, or are you fine as they are, Doctor?
I must indicate that this is one of the disadvantages.
We'll just take an adjournment and you'll indicate to us. We'll
But
adjourn,
I'm
Doctor.
fine.
Sorry, Doctor.
I will arrange. I'm fine.
You're fine. You had begun to, I thought, complain. Maybe let me hear you out, Doctor.
That my file, and we are now starting with the commission and questions, and I don't have any file in front of me. I must point out that I get a bit disorganized in terms of my thinking.
No, apologies for that, Doctor.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I must apologize, Dr. Mashazi, because just before we started, I was interacting with you, and I did not see that your files were not before you. And I guess being your evidence leader, I somehow left you in a ledge there. We don't have to rush. The key files you should have before you are your statement and are your annexures. You confirm you have those.
Yes, I do.
If you need a moment to get your bearings, the commissioners are happy to accommodate. That was a tad destabilizing, and I do apologize for that.
I'm okay.
You okay? Okay, thank you. Let's turn then to your statement file, and in particular page 21. You remember at page 21, from paragraph 120 to 123, you are dealing with this very failure to implement the directives of IPID. I want in particular to refer you to paragraph 123, and if you could read that into the record, please.
Paragraph 123.
123.
Yeah. Advocate Bihari advised me that the report was insufficient and that the matter should not be persuaded further.
Now, in the context of the conversation you had earlier with Commissioner Baloyi, and to some extent as well with the chair, you indicated that you had received this advice from Advocate Bihari. And you subsequently satisfied yourself that the advice or the opinion was not entirely correct. And I think you said it's when you received the evidence. You suggested that this was before the interview, did I hear you correctly?
No, ma'am.
When was it? Relative to the interview?
It was post to the interview.
Post the interview that we played?
That was what was played. And it is obviously recently when we received evidence that these things really happened.
So the receipt of evidence you're suggesting is with the Commission's intervention? Is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat the question?
You say you received evidence that then led you to question the correctness of the opinion expressed by Advocate Bihari, as you have read at paragraph 123.
Yes.
Now, I'm testing to see, you say you formed the opinion that you formed the view that his opinion could not have been entirely correct when you received the actual evidence. When and from who did you receive that evidence?
The correctness of the report and the evidence, we received it from the evidence bundle that was presented to us.
So, up until your date of retirement of the 31st of July, you were not aware that the opinion was flawed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The interview was held on the 3rd of February 2025, you confirm?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And at the time, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was acting chief of police.
Exactly.
And had you formed the view that the opinion you received from Advocate Bihari at the time was incorrect, and this is before you retired, you then would have had the power to act against Brigadier Mkhwanazi in his capacity as the acting chief of police.
Correct.
But unfortunately, you were none the wiser until you retired.
Remember the evidence, we're receiving the evidence now from the bundle that we were actually given through the commission, from the statements and the evidence that we presented, that there is indeed some truth in the report, and there is also evidence supporting the report. Hence, I'm saying, if at that point we had evidence, I would have acted differently.
Indeed, and that's what I'm confirming. So basically
Yes.
what you're saying is if you knew then what you've since come to learn
Yes.
through the commission, you would have acted. That's your
Correct.
testimony. You referenced receiving an opinion from Advocate Bihari. If I could just start here, was that a written or a verbal opinion?
It's a verbal opinion.
Just a verbal opinion. And am I correct to say that the totality of that opinion is encapsulated in your paragraph 123 that you just read? Effectively, that the report was insufficient and that the matter should not be pursued further. Is that the advice you received?
Correct.
Did you have an engagement with Advocate Bihari following that opinion to satisfy yourself that indeed the report was insufficient and that not pursuing the matter further is the correct course to take? Did you have that deeper discussion with him?
We had discussions as and when with Advocate Bihari, hence I indicated that he should actually expatiate in terms of his understanding about the opinion. Because I based my decision on the opinion that was given. And as I indicated also that in terms of the processes, when you receive reports of this nature, a lawyer or the legal department must actually interpret and give advice to the accounting officer as to what needs to happen.
Yes. So your decision was based largely, if not solely, in fact, on the legal advice you received from your legal advisor, Advocate Bihari. Commissioner Balo, you had indicated, I think there are questions and
Yes.
perhaps might be the appropriate junction.
Yes. The report, as you correctly say, Dr. Mashazi, the report is directed at the Chief of Police. It's not directed at you. And then you say in paragraph 122 of your statement, you say, notwithstanding this, I received the presentation of the report. So it was presented to you by IPID. Okay. How does that square up with earlier evidence that IPID presented it to MAPIA as well?
They have written the report to MAPIA. It is part of the evidence. They presented the report. They wrote the report to him.
Yes.
That he must take action against Julius.
Yes.
It's documented, signed
Okay.
by Xulu.
Yes.
That he must take action. He must actually discipline MAPIA. And for me, it was fair enough because the discipline of his junior officials lies squarely on him as the accounting officer of the department.
So when you say IPID presented the report to MAPIA, you meant it is addressed to him in writing? Because on the
Addressed to
face
him.
of it, indeed, you're correct, it's addressed to him.
Yes.
But it was presented to you.
Also, yes.
And you received it. Now, the report, and if Ms. Silo could remind me what page the report is in the bundle.
The IPID report,
Yes.
that is MAPIA JM 19, Commissioner.
Yes. So the report discusses the complaint, the allegation in paragraph 1. It's quite a short report of 3 pages. And then it concludes in 103, page 103 of the bundle. It gives you the recommendation, and then it recommends disciplinary action, disciplinary steps be taken in terms of the disciplinary procedure collective agreement. And it says for honesty and for failure to conduct himself with honesty and integrity. Now, on the face of it, it looks to me an employee relations matter. That's what it looks like. Why would you refer this recommendation to Advocate Behari and not your head of HR, Ms. Kasheka?
For me, at face value, I looked at the report and it contained like memorandum of agreement. And for me, I took it that it needs a legal opinion to advise.
I thought you received the memorandum of agreement later, the evidence. You didn't receive it with the report.
It was part of the report.
So when you received the report in September 2023, before you gave it to Advocate Behari, it already had the memoranda, the two memoranda.
No, this one is a memorandum of agreement concluded between IPID and South African Police Service as well as EMPD. I'm referring to this memorandum. And it was part of the report that was sent to Chief of Police to take action against Mkhwanazi.
So you say the reason you gave it to Advocate Behari, it is because it contained a memorandum between the IPID and the EMPD.
Correct.
And you were asking him to do what? Because you've got a report which recommends disciplinary action. That's the action that is required from the city and you have from the municipality, and you have a head of HR. What are you saying Advocate Behari should do with that recommendation? Because he's not Mr. Mkhwanazi's superior.
I did not look at the recommendation only. The report itself, the content of the report, it must be interpreted legally and I must be advised legally. Obviously, the HOD-HR will come and testify about labor relation issues that are related to the report.
Okay. Now, I'm not concerned about the HOD. We will speak to her when she does, because she will come and testify. So we will speak to her. I want to understand why it is you receive, there's a complaint, and you are told in page 1, in one short paragraph, what the allegations are. And in page 2, there's an analysis of what that investigation has revealed. And then you, in fact, the only reference to a memorandum is at page, it says, in the second page, it says, it has been ascertained that the suspect was acting and further discovered that the chief of police and deputies do not have powers to enter into a memorandum. The IPID memorandum with EMPD, may be missing it. I don't see any reference to it, so I don't understand when you say the reason you took this to Advocate Behari is because there was a memorandum between the EMPD, which had accompanied this report, between the EMPD and IPID. I don't see a reference to it in the report.
In terms of my evidence, when I started responding to this question, I indicated that anything that has memoranda or any document that would come from external service provider or external institution, we always take them to legal to assist me in understanding the document. Remember, I'm running 26 departments and I'm not like legally trained or HR or engineering and so forth.
Yes.
For me to take a safe route, I need an advocate or the legal department to interpret some of these things before I take action.
Okay. Let me ask you, let me try lastly. You've told us you've now had the opportunity to read this report from beginning to end. And you say you now realize that whatever advice Mr. Behari gave you was not helpful to you. Do you accept, now that you've had the chance to reread it, do you accept that given the recommendation in this report, the proper directing of this report would have been to employee relations or to HR to deal with what it recommends?
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's only appropriate to conclude with these matters regarding the memoranda, the blue lights and IPID. And I know they appear under different questions in your statement, so I will jump then about. Please pull out the annexure file for Niza. You can close the MAPA file for now.
Amazing. Oh, yes.
Are you winning?
Yes,
I want to
I'm
ask somebody
winning.
to help you. You okay?
I'm winning.
Okay. Okay, if you've looked.
Annexures, ne?
Yes, annexures file. Thank you. I want you to draw your attention particularly to annexure PN 1919.
Annexure?
PN 19. That would start at page 344. Now, this, to place things in their proper context, this is a letter addressed to Mr. T.A. Kiefelakai, the Director Investigations and Information Management, as well as Acting National Head Investigations, IPID, and copied to Mr. W.M. Kulu, Senior Investigator, IPID. Mr. Kulu is the investigator in the IPID report that we've just been working through. It's dated the 6th of December 2023, and if you go to the last page of that at 348, you will see that it is signed by Advocate Njabulo Zulu, legal advisor, and Thabo Makwiting, acting HOD Corporate Legal Services, both with the city of Ekurhuleni. You confirm you know them and they hold those positions. They held at the time those positions.
Correct.
Have you ever seen this letter and have you ever had opportunity to consider its contents?
This letter, as I was made to understand,
Yes.
was an internal letter from the department, and according to Advocate Kemi, said this letter was leaked illegally. It was never sent to IPID. That is my understanding according to the letter, but I haven't seen the letter.
You've never seen this letter?
I've seen the letter now in terms of the bundle that we received.
Would you be able to express a view on some of its contents in your capacity as accounting manager, strictly? Accounting what authority? Would you be in a position to engage effectively with this document?
Yeah, it's really not helping the process of dealing with the matter at hand.
We'll try and take it slow, and to the extent that you have to read specific paragraphs that I reference you, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. I'm starting at page 345. And this letter, at paragraph 5 records the following. The registration of vehicles was not done by the suspect in this case being Mr. Mkhwanazi, but by the authorized personal fleet. The letter, and I jump 4 lines below, this letter has been authenticated by the author security company and is therefore not fraudulent. I understand the authors of this document to suggest that the registration of vehicles by EMPD was in fact effected. Is that the same understanding you have? And that registration was duly authorized.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying perusing the letter, looking at the letter, to be honest, is not assisting the process to deal with the actual misconduct.
In what way is it not?
Because if they're saying the registration of the vehicle, there are no challenges or legal challenges in terms of the registration of vehicle. For me, without those vehicles being presented as donation to the accounting officer, because the accounting officer is the only person who can authorize donations.
Okay.
So if we look at our donation policy, I was supposed to have had sight of this.
I understand you, and just to test my understanding, therefore, then you are saying to the extent that there was such a registration, you can't support it because it is based on, it would be based on a donation that you as the city manager did not authorize. So, however they express themselves and they think that it was authorized, you disagree with the position assumed in this letter in that regard.
I disagree.
Thank you. I want us then to go to page 346 of the same document. In fact, I'll start at 345 at the penultimate sentence of 345. It records, and I read, Steyn furthermore states that this is the norm as my understanding, as SEET program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a letter. Do you see where I'm reading?
No.
From the bottom of 345, the penultimate sentence.
Yes.
That says Steyn further states, and this is a reference to, is it I.O. Steyn, who submitted a statement regarding the registration of these vehicles. And it quotes him as having said, this is the norm as my understanding as SEET program, SEET, S-E-A-T program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a letter. Do you follow where I'm reading? Mm-hmm. Do you follow?
Yes, I follow.
Okay. Now, I want to test the correctness of this understanding. What is SEET program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations? You approve donations for the city. Mm-hmm. What donations are being referenced here?
I don't know. I don't have an idea because it never came to my attention, to be honest.
Did you ever authorize any donations as described in the document here?
No.
To your recollection?
No, in terms of my recollections during my tenure, even the first term of office, I never approved such donations.
You never approved such donations. So to the extent that Steyn were to argue, as it's suggested perhaps he is, that there were similar previous donations as he describes them, you would disagree that those donations, if they were found to have in fact taken place, would be lawful?
Correct.
You said correct.
I'm saying if those donations happened before, like Christine is saying, it's been their practice of accepting donations at that level as a department. For me, it is incorrect because the policy is very clear.
Okay, I note your answer. On the page 346 still, after the quotation we just read, which is in bold, there is a question posed to IPID. Did you then consider that all other donations in the EMPD were also non-compliant with the process that you described, and surely Chief of Police and other senior management, including Deputy Chief Spies, who had lodged this complaint, cannot be ignorant of such donations. Furthermore, according to Stein, the EMPD was under-resourced at the time. Did Chief of Police Mapieye and Deputy Chief Spies address this to effectively and efficiently protect the residents of Ekurhuleni? You see what I've just read. As a city manager, I'm inviting your comment on how your members express queries to IPID. Do you consider what I have just read into the record appropriate, as authored by both Mr. Zulu and Mr. Makwiting, addressed to IPID?
It is inappropriate.
If this had come to your attention at the time before you retired, what steps would you have taken?
I would have subjected this to a disciplinary action, but through the relevant responsible authority.
And in this instance, that would be Advocate Kemi Behari.
Yes.
I see, because they are
Correct, yeah.
legal persons. It's within his department.
Correct.
At 347, top of the page, it's, the first line is then ending to a statement starting on the previous page. I'm interested in the next sentence, and I quote, "The city is the one that stood to benefit from the registration of vehicles, particularly considering that the EMPD had a shortage of vehicles and there seemed to be no effort from the Chief of Police and senior management to address this." So the authors contend that that donation of vehicles and their registration in the manner that eventually was investigated by IPID was appropriate because EMPD had a shortage of vehicles at the time and there was no effort on the part of Chief of Police and senior management to address this shortage. I bring this to your attention to invite your comment.
My comment is it is incorrect. Even though they were to receive donations, they were supposed to follow the process.
Yes. And lastly then, on the same page, and I'm on item 10 at page 347, towards the bottom of that page, starting at 5th line from the end of that paragraph.
Yes.
It reads, and it's a question posed to IPID. Why did you not conduct a thorough and detailed investigation into the donations process and verify the evidence of stain that this was a norm in the EMPD department? Why were the senior management not requested for explanations on the delay in reporting a crime, if indeed the actions of Mkhwanazi did amount to the same? End of quote. You see where I read. Now, I'll start with the latter part of that. Did the actions, knowing what you know now, I'll preface that, did the actions of Mr. Mkhwanazi, because I'm looking at you, did the actions of Mr. Mkhwanazi constitute a crime? And I say it simply because it is referred to as a crime here. In your view today as you sit here?
Correct.
You consider that that constituted a crime. To your knowledge, is it correct that receiving these kind of donations and registrations of vehicles from private sector and fitting them with blue lights, that this was the norm within the city of Ekurhuleni? Do you agree with that view?
That it was a norm. I'm not aware that they're receiving donations and even the registration of those cars and the blue lights. As I indicated, that the department is in Kempton Park and I do not get involved in the operations of.
But considering that now this trumps your authority, because only you can authorize donations.
Yes.
Now that entry there suggests that it is quite the norm.
No,
does that concern you? Because
No,
it would suggest
me.
that there are more vehicles that are treated in this manner by the EMPD.
It's concerning for me, and I think action should be taken by the relevant authority for them to make a statement that is a norm, which I am not aware of, which is incorrect and irregular. So the
Yes.
HOD responsible must definitely take action for such utterances and the decision that they're challenging an investigation that was done.
You indicated that this letter was brought to your attention by Advocate Bihari, who indicated that it was never sent. That's what you stated
This
when we
letter,
started.
I'm saying, we saw it in the evidence bundle.
Yes.
Yes.
And you said Advocate Bihari confirmed to you that it was never sent.
Yes.
In that conversation with him, did you discuss its contents and specifically what I have just drawn your attention to?
I did not. We were preparing for the commission. I asked him that I saw this kind of letter here, and it was never brought to my attention. Then he said, no, it was an internal letter between themselves, and they never submitted the report to IPEC. That is what he said.
So you didn't get insight into Advocate Bihari's thinking as to the appropriateness of the content of this document?
No, ma'am.
That is an issue you suggest perhaps we take up with him?
Yes.
Okay. We shall do so. Jumping about, as I have suggested that we do in your statement, I then want to deal with the question of the upliftment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension, and I specify, as the question did say, by Human Resources Ms. Linda Kasheka on 24th May 2023, and the directive to the Chief of Police that he be redeployed to his substantive post as Director Specialized Services. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Your response to that question is reflected in paragraphs 85 and 86. You may summarize for the record what your response is.
My response is that I did not get involved in this because Julius at that point was a junior official. I have no knowledge of this, and therefore I cannot make further comments because it was done at the departmental level, at the level of Julius being a director in the department and being a level like a lower level that reports to the accounting office. So the redeployment and the withdrawal and so forth, I was not part of the process.
I appreciate you're not part of the process, but you were aware of the process as it unfolded. Is that not so?
I was not aware.
I need us to pull up Mapia's file again, Mapia and extras. You can close the current one, Niza, and put it away.
Yes, I have it.
I'll just give the commissioners a moment to locate the file. And I would like to refer you specifically, starting at page 177 of that file, JM29.
177.
At JM29, this is a letter headed Upliftment of Suspension. It is signed at the bottom by Linda Kasheka as HOD Human Resources. Oh, sorry, you haven't located it yet.
Yes, I have.
You have. It is dated the 24th of May. It's called Upliftment of Suspension and signed at the bottom by Linda Kasheka, HOD Human Resources.
Correct.
Basically, the content of this letter is to advise Mr. Mkhwanazi, as it's directed to him, the employee, that his suspension has been uplifted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see below Ms. Kasheka's signature, it suggests that this document was CC'd to you, so it was copied to you. You received it.
Yes, it was copied to my office, yes. Correct.
You draw a distinction between you and your office. Would you like to
I
elaborate
don't.
on that?
It was CC to me. I agree. Correct.
If you then go over leaf at page 178, and that is annexure JM 3030. This is a letter from Ms. Linda Kasheka once again. It is dated the 15th of June 2023. And it reads, I'll quickly read through it. Mr. Mkhwanazi's suspension was uplifted on the 24th of May 2023. The upliftment of his suspension did not have any condition attached to it. It has come to my attention that Mr. Mkhwanazi has been moved to a different position as director by law enforcement position, which is not what was approved. Do you see where I've just read?
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, you are copied in this document, in this.
Correct.
I want us to go back to this conversation we had earlier about the powers of the Chief of Police. You recall when we were considering the terms of Section 64, capital C,
Okay.
it said that the Chief of Police has got the power to transfer, appoint, and move members of police.
Correct.
As a city manager, is what Mr. Kasheka reflects here correct in the context of Section 64C?
Here, Mrs. Kasheka, she's actually advising. She is not instructing the Chief of Police in terms of the labor relations.
Why do you
It's
say
an
she's
advice.
advising?
If she was instructing, because it was emails back and forth between the two HODs. If she was instructive in nature, I was going to actually intervene. But now it was between the two of them, and subsequent to the emails between the two of them, the chief himself uplifted the suspension and redeployed Mkhwanazi to how he was advised by the HOD. By HOD Kasheka.
But why do you call it advice?
Pardon?
Why do you call the content of this document an
The
advice?
can I read the last paragraph? She says, I would like to advise
Yes.
that you should avoid processes that may lead to unnecessary disputes for the city.
Indeed. But she's not advising on the redeployment. She's advising against unnecessary disputes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the section we are reading does not relate to challenging the redeployment by Chief Mapie. The section that deals with the redeployment is in the first paragraph. And she concludes that statement by saying, by challenging that he has been moved to a different position as director by law enforcement position, which is not what was approved. Approved by who? Considering that this is communication to the Chief of Police.
I explained earlier on that the Chief of Police has powers in terms of the SAPS Act. Also, he's governed by the Systems Act, Section 56, in conjunction with the systems of delegation. So, Ms. Kasheka, I'm sure she will talk more about it because an HR matter is a labor relation matter. She will talk more about it. I'm sure she based, I assume that she based her decision on the systems of delegation.
And that was your understanding on receipt of this letter as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this instance, whose approval was necessary to obtain by Chief Mapie before he effected that transfer?
Approval. Remember the approval, the transfers and recruitment processes, these are HR matters. He was supposed to have a discussion with Linda Kasheka, but here I can see they have their own interaction and communication. And the approval of actually transferring Julius or removing from this position to the other, he was supposed to do it because he's the head of department.
Yes.
And Julius reports to him.
So what approval did you understand that Ms. Kasheka specifically indicated needed to be sought? From who? From you as the city manager? Or from her as the head of department? I'm trying to get your understanding on seeing this.
Linda Gashega will answer for herself.
I'm trying to get your understanding. That's why I'm not. That's
My
why I'm not
understanding-
asking you why she said. I said, what did you understand?
My understanding is that the letter is like advising. That is my understanding then, that she was advising the chief of police. If the chief of police was sort of uncomfortable with this advice of uplifting the suspension, he was supposed to actually escalate the matter. That he is forced by Linda or another HOD, because they're at the same level, that he was instructed to uplift the suspension.
Hence my question to you. They're on the same level. You are the city manager.
Yes.
Mr. Sheka says it can't happen without approval. Whose approval was she referencing? Is it your approval, because both of them report to you?
It's obvious.
Okay. If it is that obvious, what approval was this that you had to be sought from you? And where does your power to approve that derive from?
Remember, I referred you to the systems of the two pieces of legislation that the chief had those powers. So Ms. Gashega, in her response, that's why I said I assume she used the systems of delegations and she ignored the SAPS Act in terms of the powers of the chief of police.
So do you conclude that she was correct?
I'm saying she was not correct to say approval by who?
Yes.
Remember, I referred and I said I assumed that she relied on the systems of delegations and ignored the SAPS Act.
Okay.
In terms of the powers that are assigned or delegated to, or assigned to the chief of police, not even delegated, assigned.
Yes, that's a correct term. I agree with you. Commissioner? Oh,
No, if you continue on the theme, carry on.
I'm moving to the next document.
Oh, no, please let me ask. Ms. Mashazi, Dr. Mashazi, sorry, in that annexed bundle of my PA still, and it's about this discussion about the authority of Mr. Sheka. If you go to page 177, it is an upliftment of suspension and it's addressed to Mr. Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, it's Kasheka, and you are copied as you have agreed that it's not your office, it is you copied. Now, that last paragraph there, it's not advice, it's telling Brigadier, this comes from the head of HR, to whom Brigadier Mkhwanazi doesn't report, as you have told us. He reports to Chief Mapia, who has the power to discipline, which you have conceded. But in that last paragraph, Mr. Sheka tells Mr. Brigadier Mkhwanazi that his suspension is uplifted and he must come back to work. From your evidence, it seems Mr. Sheka did not have the authority to uplift the suspension of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and that authority lies with Chief Mapia. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why she would have copied you? You don't get involved, you've told us, with disciplining of junior employees. And here you are. There's quite a number of correspondence where you're not copied, but when we now look at this suspension issue, you are copied. And you see that at page 177, at 178, you are copied again. This is the document you've just been discussing now with Ms. Sillo. And then again at page 179, it's Chief Mapia writing to Ms. Kasheka, and he copies you. Why would they have copied you about a junior employee that you have absolutely no interest or authority to discipline?
I wouldn't understand, and I can't answer that, ma'am. Why would they copy me? Because Mkhwanazi is way far too low for me to be copied in terms of departmental processes. Page 177, the letter that is signed by Kasheka.
Yes.
I was not copied.
You are copied. If you look at the bottom,
The top one, the 24th May.
Yes. If you look right at the bottom, I thought you agreed with Ms. Silo. Just below Ms. Kasheka's email,
No, I see.
signature. Thank you, Paddy.
And the next one, 178, I was copied, but I'm saying that they should explain the reasons why they copied me on junior official matters.
And you didn't ask, why are they copying you?
I deal with so many things, ma'am. And so many correspondence are coming into my office. So my email is like, and I get, in fact, I get queries from the public, number one. I get queries from this 26 department. Some of the CC documents, they get lost in the process because I deal with many issues.
Maybe let me put to you why it is of interest, why they have copied you, why that question is of interest and would require an answer. It's because the evidence that we have had, or the testimony that we have had so far, is that you had a hand in the decision not to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi eventually, which we have seen part of on the interview where you say you made a decision not to discipline him. There is also testimony that you were involved in the discussion or in the decision ultimately of Mr. Kasheka to uplift his suspension and have him return to work. That's why the interest in my questions, at least, that you are copied on an HR matter that involves a junior employee. And there are these allegations that we've had that you had a direct involvement in how the disciplinary process against him eventually was aborted and scuppered.
I want to state categorically that I did not participate in the suspension nor the upliftment of the suspension. I deny all the facts that they indicated, that I participated, I called them, I did everything. I deny those facts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I want to refer you then to the next document in the same file, and that's Annexure JM 31, that starts at page 179. If you've located the document, this is a letter from Chief Mapieye, dated the 20th of June 2023. And it is addressed to Mr. Kasheka and copied to yourself. You see at the top of that.
Yes.
Now, in this particular letter, Chief Mapieye states, and I quote, "In my capacity as Chief of Police, Head of Department EMPD, I'm directly responsible for discipline and managing of all EMPD members and staff." Do you see where I've just read?
Yes.
I will then jump the next paragraph and go to the third, where he invokes the provisions of Section 64C(2)(b), and he quotes what it provides, subject to the applicable laws. He, Mr. Mapieye, as chief, will be responsible for the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal police service. You see in italics that quotation. Then he continues to state, "I redeployed Brigadier Mkhwanazi to perform the functions of the Director Bylaws Operation and Specialized Division with effect from 24th May 2023 till the disciplinary matters have been concluded." Next paragraph, "I ensured that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was treated fairly and in the best interest of council and the EMPD department. It is important to note that no legal rights and or benefits or salary of Brigadier J. Mkhwanazi are being infringed upon." And I will stop there. My question is, you are copied once again in this communication. Do you have a difficulty with the correctness of what Chief Mapieye states in that letter?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you have a difficulty with the correctness of the content of that letter?
I don't have.
As a city manager, why did you not advise Mr. Kasheka accordingly? That on this score, Chief Mapieye is correct. You cannot direct that he redeploy. After he has deployed Mr. Mkhwanazi to this one unit, you cannot direct him to redeploy, because Section 64C2B, as quoted, actually gives him the exclusive power. Why didn't you do so? To correct Mr. Sheka's error.
I think in my package or whatever, there's a letter
Yes.
where Chief of Police wrote to me and complaining about Gasheka and the process and so forth, where I addressed Gasheka and also General Mkhwanazi.
We'll deal with that. I think that was in relation to
No,
the
no, I'm
appointment by the
responding to
55.
say I did something about this and there's a letter to that effect.
No, what I'm pointing out to you, Doctor, is that letter, and we will get to it. It's in relation to the appointment of the 55 people to various posts by Mr. Mkhwanazi. So we will get to that letter. This particular correspondence we are dealing with relates purely and solely to the redeployment by Chief Mapie of Mr. Mkhwanazi, as he says, pending the conclusion of the disciplinary processes. My question to you is, if you accept that he's correct here, as a city manager and copied on this communication, why didn't you correct Mr. Sheka to say you're going down the wrong lane?
As I indicated that Mr. Sheka, maybe she's not aware of the SEFS Act, because everything is based on the SEFS Act in terms of the powers that are assigned to the Chief of Police. Her understanding, I assume, that it was through the Systems of Delegations and Municipal Systems Act. So that's why it is important that the author of the letter explains her position in terms of this. In terms of the misunderstanding, well, there's always misunderstanding between the HOD, HR, and other departmental heads in terms of her role as an enabler. Remember, she's playing a supporting role towards all the departments in terms of recruitment, discipline, and so forth, because labor relations, it is one of her functions. Chief of Police is one of the HODs that would have challenges with how she did things, but at some point in this letter, in these documents, I address the issues about the other overstepping her powers.
Perhaps let me assure you, the author of these documents will definitely come to the Commission to explain. I am not, and I cannot expect you to speak on her behalf. She'll speak for herself. My question to you was slightly different. You said you accepted the correctness of what Chief Mapie states. And I'm asking you, why did you not intervene at that stage to draw Ms. Kasheka's attention to the fact that on this score, Chief Mapie is correct?
In terms of my recollection, I don't want to say I did or I did not. Remember, these things happened in 2023, and I'm actually dealing with a lot of issues, to be honest, and I cannot be expected to remember each and every letter that was CC'd to me. As I indicated, that I'm running a big metro with 26 departments, over 18,000 employees with different challenges. So it is important to know that at some point, some of the things will actually not be dealt with accordingly in terms of my responsibilities as an accounting officer.
But surely, in this regard, there are a handful of HODs who report directly to you. It's not about the thousands of employees within EMPD or within the city. Surely that you can deal with in your daily life at work.
As an accounting officer,
don't you give guidance to your direct reportees?
I do.
Okay.
But
your guidance was required here. What happened? But you say you don't remember whether or not you gave it.
Yes, I don't. I don't remember, to be honest, ma'am, whether I did or I did not. But all I remember, because there's documentation here, I addressed the matter.
When and how?
I addressed the matter in my letter to them, where I even requested the Chief of Police to draw up a policy and indicated to both Gasheka and Mkhwanazi that they cannot overstep their mandate and they must respect the authority of the chief of police.
As I pointed out to you, that was regarding the employment of the 55.
Yes.
Yes. Not
Yeah,
regarding
that one-
Mr. Mkhwanazi's redeployment. It was a different issue. And I concede that you did write a letter to that effect. So you are not entirely correct to say you addressed this issue, this particular issue before.
This one I did not address. I don't remember, I don't recall. Hence I'm saying I do not recall, ma'am.
I accept
And
that.
as I was not involved, though I was CC'd, and I indicated in my response that I received too many emails.
Yes.
And the CC ones obviously will not take precedence to the ones that are directed to me.
As a matter of interest, what was the practice within the city? What is the purpose of copying you in some correspondence, as Commissioner Baloyi correctly pointed out? In some correspondence you are not copied, in others you are. What is the relevance of that, and on what is the decision based as to when to copy you and not to copy you?
I don't know at what point do they decide to copy me. Hence, I'm saying the authors of the letters who copied me must actually talk to those letters, why they copied me.
So are you suggesting that because you don't know why they copied you at the time you received them, you never considered them?
To be honest, I never even read this. I see this thing, I now recall this thing because I see them. But as I indicated, these things, they happened in 2023, and you can imagine the amount of work and the emails that one receives on a daily basis. They are too much.
With wisdom of hindsight, would you agree that these are important matters, considering the basis for the suspension and the charges against Mr. Mkhwanazi, the Blue Light Saga?
Correct.
And that, and again I say with benefit of hindsight, you perhaps ought to have paid better attention to the issue and intervened appropriately as city manager. Would you accept that?
Correct.
I would like to move on to another question. And this time, I think we have
Sorry,
about...
Advocate,
Yes, yes.
Is it a different topic?
It's a very
or-
different topic completely. Commissioner, please
Okay.
go ahead.
I would like Dr. Mashazi to address the specific allegations by Chief Mapieye and Mr. Ngeza to the effect that that Dr. Mashazi called them on WhatsApp and instructed them to uplift the suspension. Because that was a specific allegation and she deals with it in the statement.
And in fact, that is what I was leading to when I say it's a different topic. By different topic is from the iPad
Oh, okay.
and all that.
Maybe let me
But
leave
that is exactly where we are headed. If you didn't hear all what Commissioner Khumalo said, Commissioner Khumalo referenced allegations by Chief Mapieye as well as Mr. Ngeza that you intervened directly and you directed that the suspension of Mr. Mkhwanazi be uplifted. That's what he was referencing. And you deal with that from your page 16, paragraph 87. It starts at paragraph 15 as questions number 7 and 8. It starts at the bottom of 15.
Okay.
That questions 7 and 8. And it reads, the disciplinary proceedings instituted into Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct in relation to the vehicles registered under the city's name, the stoppage of the service of a charge sheet, the withdrawal of internal investigations in relation to the above, and your role in that regard. You then, from paragraph 87 through to paragraph 112, respond to the two questions at the same time. Would you like to provide a summary of your responses to those questions to the Commission?
Firstly, I'd like to indicate that I did not stop or interfere in the withdrawal of the investigation, or did I stop the department from charging Brigadier Mkhwanazi? And I also deny the fact that I called both Chief of Police and Ekurhuleni Municipality through WhatsApp. My phone is free for any investigation through the relevant authorities to check if I did make that call or those calls. I deny that I ever called them to stop the investigation, nor stop the disciplinary action.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Dr. Mashazi? If you did not instruct either Mapieye or Nisa to stop the disciplinary proceedings, then who did? Why did they suddenly stop the disciplinary process of Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
Let me indicate that even the internal report that they are basing the investigation on, I was not even copied. I don't know. I haven't seen the report. So I was far from this process. I do not know, and I did not stop anyone from disciplining. And I wouldn't tell who told them to stop. They must prove that I've called them, or I wrote to them, or I messaged them that they must stop. And my phone is here. It can be taken for investigation as to whether I made those calls. They indicated in their reference that in somewhere May 2023, in terms of the evidence, their statements, that on the 23rd of May 2023, somewhere there, I called them. I made a WhatsApp call, firstly to Ekurhuleni and then to Chief Mapieye. It is untrue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner.
Dr. Mashazi, I think earlier on I asked you a question about whether you became aware of intended disciplinary action against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Am I correct in my recollection that you said no, you never became aware of that?
Yes, I was not aware that he's been investigated or disciplined. I was not aware, as I reported and indicated that he is a junior official. I do not get involved. It means I must get involved in all these departments with different lower ranks. I can't.
When, to your recollection, did you first become aware of any disciplinary investigation and disciplinary steps against?
In terms of me being aware about the misconduct of Mr. Mkhwanazi, it was during the presentation of the IPT report to me.
Okay. All right. So the testimony that we have heard from Mr. Nisa is that he and Chief Mapieye met with you in February of 2023. That is long before the IPT report. Mm-hmm. They met with you outside the office. They called, you were not available, and you asked them to meet you at a different location where you were going to be. And they came to meet with you. This is in February 2023. And they informed you about the media inquiry of the blue lights from Jeff Wicks, the investigation, and that steps are to be taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And according to both of them, Chief Mapieye and Mr. Nisa, in their testimony, you were supportive at that point that whatever action needs to be taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi they should act as they deem appropriate. Is that testimony incorrect?
It is incorrect.
So you didn't.
I never met with them.
You did not meet with them at Dada Motor World on the 16th of February 2023.
Yes, ma'am. If I want to have a meeting with officials, especially a meeting that concerns official matters of the city, I hold my meetings in the office.
Yes.
And I do not understand why would they choose to say they met me outside. So their statement is untrue, and I cannot respond to their allegations.
Is this place where Mr. Ngiza claims they met you familiar to you, that Dada Motor World? Is it a place? You don't need to give me details. If the answer is yes, it's yes.
The
Otherwise,
answer
it's
is
a,
yes.
it is familiar to you.
I know the area.
Why do you think they would be dishonest about something so benign? We went and met with the city manager to report to her what we are planning to do, which is to discipline, and she was supportive of it. I mean, they're not casting you in a bad light. Why would they speak? Would they lie about something like that?
Obviously, the two. Ngiza was dismissed from the city. He's disgruntled, and he turned this commission to come and air his grievances. He was dismissed for dishonestly presenting false qualifications.
Yeah, well, I guess if you may allow me to interrupt you, I know you want to speak to that, but my question in particular, more directly, is what this testimony that I've summarized to you, it doesn't cast you in any negative light at all. And so my question is, why would they lie about something that in fact is in your favor?
I don't know. They may answer that because I don't know. I'm not aware of that meeting, and I deny everything they said.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question, Dr. Mashazi? Are you saying that the first time you became aware of the so-called blue light scandal was when you saw the IPID report in September 2023?
Exactly correct.
So something which was in the news and cast the municipality in a bad light, you saying for about 6 or 7 months you were not aware of it and nobody told you about it?
I was not aware. I became aware with the IPID report. Remember, the department is in Kempton Park, and whatever they do that side, I'm not aware of what is happening. And in terms of the news, to be honest, because I'm being actually bullied by the media, I don't read, and I don't watch television, to be honest.
And because you were copied on all the internal letters dealing with Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension, did you never bother to inquire what the suspension was about?
I didn't. As I indicated that I received numerous emails, and the CC emails to me, they would not take precedence to emails that are directly sent to me as an accounting officer.
Thank you, Commissioners. You deal at from paragraph 100 and 101 at page 18. And at paragraph 100, you state, Ngiza later alleged that he received a WhatsApp call from me, and then you dispute that and you attach. And at 101, you engage with what you call Chief Mapie's allegation to the same effect that he received a WhatsApp from you. And once again, you attach a screenshot of your phone, I take it. I'd like to read Mr. Ngiza's statement, which you were provided with. At paragraph 46 of Mr. Ngiza, I can read it out unless you want to satisfy yourself that I'm not putting words in his mouth. Mr. Ngiza states, on the night of the 23rd of May 2023, I received a missed call from Dr. Mashazi. I called her back some 30 minutes after the timestamp of the missed call. She had found out about the request for the extension of Mr. Mkhwanazi's suspension period. In that call, Dr. Mashazi was virulent, aggressive, and accused me of being personal, hateful, and that I was targeting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. She yelled at me and told me that Chief Mapia and I hate Julius. We are too personal. During the telephone call, she told me that kinagana gore ke masepala wa ka. I think it's my municipality, meaning that I think this is my municipality in Setswana. He must the commissioners attached to your IM17, which, if I read it correctly, is a screen grab of your WhatsApp written communications between yourself and Mr. Mkhwanazi, and firstly, relates to different dates, the 17th of April 2023, and the other one relates to the 4th of August 2023. How is that proof that you never had the conversation as Mr. Mkhwanazi suggests?
Thank you very much. The last conversation I had with Mkhwanazi before May, it was on the 23rd of April, on the 17th, and I don't recall what we were discussing.
Yes.
And then on the next conversation with him was on the 4th of August, where he writes to me, "Good morning, Slobo," complaining about his issues.
Yes.
About his issues with the department, about his qualifications.
But I'm saying this is a screen grab of WhatsApp written
Yes.
communications. He said it was a telephone call. Whether or not there was such a telephone call, surely it's not expected to be found in Annex 17 because that's the content of WhatsApp communication, written communication. That would be on your call log. Hence my question to you, what do you suggest the commissioners do with IM17
The
in
commission-
regard to the allegation as advanced and couched by Mr. Mkhwanazi?
The commission has a right, as I indicated, that they can take my phone to the expert to check I don't know which service provider in terms of calls and whatever is actually assigned to check calls. I'm free to hand over my phone to be checked.
Okay.
To be checked in terms of this allegation.
So, at least for now, then we accept that IM17 does not address the direct allegation by Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Yes, we accept. I was just this IM17. I'm just showing you the calls that I had with him, WhatsApp calls that I had with him, and there's nothing on the 23rd of May. The whole of May, we never communicated with Mr. Mkhwanazi. This evidence is just to show cause that I never had any communication with him during that particular time where he says I communicated with him to stop the investigation.
But is it not so that at paragraph 100, notwithstanding his paragraph 46, where he says he received a call, he missed a call from you, at your paragraph 100, you are the one who characterizes that call as a WhatsApp call. He never called it a WhatsApp call. So why would a WhatsApp record assist in that regard?
When you look at the missed calls or whatever, or communications, you'll see that there's no communication between me and Mkhwanazi during that particular period.
By WhatsApp.
Via WhatsApp or call log.
Does Annex IM17 speak to your call log?
Remember, in terms of this, Mr. Mkhwanazi alleges that he received a WhatsApp call. A WhatsApp call would appear here.
No, that's what I'm correcting you about. What I read out to you, paragraph 46, he says, I received a missed call from Dr. Mashazi. His paragraph 46. You are the one who characterizes it as a WhatsApp call.
Okay.
So perhaps you mischaracterized it,
Yes.
and then you went into your phone on the WhatsApps to try and locate that date. Is that possible?
Yeah, even call log, I did check. There's nothing like that.
Did you check the call log?
There's nothing like that.
So why didn't you share a copy of that call log for the appropriate date?
Like my
As you
calls-
did with the WhatsApps.
The call log, obviously some calls, they disappear as and when you get calls and so forth. Hence, it's important that if the commission wants to satisfy itself, they can go to the relevant service provider to check if indeed I did receive calls from Mr. Mkhwanazi.
I can assure you the commission will be quite happy with the call log you checked. Where is that one?
The call log that I checked, I don't have it.
You said you checked and there was no such
Yes,
call.
I don't have that info, that call from
So
Mkhwanazi.
which log did you check, Dr. Mashazi?
The call log.
Which call log? Because I was going to invite you to, that you share the very log with us. It doesn't have to be so formal as to be forwarded by a service provider. We are happy to accept yours. Instead of a WhatsApp, we get a normal call log. Where you checked and you satisfied yourself. As
The
you
call logs
stated.
in terms of my phone and the calls and everything, they end up in 2025-05. That is the report from my phone.
I would have
That-
expected as such, but you are the one who told the commissioners that you checked the call log and there is no call
There's nothing,
for the
yes.
23rd of May 2023. You offered that, and I was
Exactly.
asking you to share that call log with us, that very one, where you satisfied yourself that there was no such a call on that
Here's
date.
my phone. There's no call. There's no call from Mr. Nwiza. And
In
I
2025.
want to reiterate that the commission is free to go to the service provider and get the information.
You then at paragraph 101 deal with Mr. Mapie's allegations regarding the withdrawal, as you say, or stoppage of the disciplinary or investigative process. This is untrue, and your approach to that is the same. You give a screenshot of the WhatsApp chat annexed as I am 18 between yourself and Chief Mapie. And I am 18 would be relevant only if Chief Mapie had claimed that it was a WhatsApp call, which he did not.
The answer is the same, that the commission can satisfy itself and get the information from the service provider that can assist them in locating those calls.
Okay.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
at least you are satisfied that I am 17 and I am 18 doesn't help the commission insofar
Yeah,
to
maybe
determine
I
whether
miss-
or not there was such a conversation, unfortunately.
Yes. Maybe I misunderstood whether it was a WhatsApp call, because they normally phone me on WhatsApp, all of them.
Okay. At 110, at page 19 of your statement, you make a definitive statement. And you say, and I quote, "The direct evidence, annexures I am 17 and I am 18, confirm the following. One, I issued no instruction to withdraw, stop, or interfere. Second, I made no WhatsApp calls regarding this matter. The allegations are unsupported, uncorroborated, contradictory, and false." Would you accept the proposition that insofar as they are relevant, I am 17 and I am 18, they prove only that there was no WhatsApp communication between you and Mr. Ngiza on the one hand and you and Mr. Mapie on the other hand in that period? That's all they serve to establish. Not that you did not issue the instructions in the manner that they claimed. They don't have that effect, those two annexures. And that the allegations they make are therefore unsupported. Those two annexures don't help us in respect of the two claims that you advance, correct?
Well, the annexures, as you are indicating, that they are not helping the commission, and I want to assume that the commission will take further step and check the calls through the reliable institution. But I still reiterate my statement on paragraph 110, that I issued no instruction to withdraw, stop, or interfere. I made no WhatsApp calls regarding this matter. The allegations are unsupported, uncorroborated, contradictory, and false.
I know that, and I read it into the record, but I'm just saying that is your statement, but I am 17 and 18 don't support that statement. Simply because there are WhatsApp screen grabs. Maybe your claim is broader than what I am 17 and what I am 18 can do for you. Would you accept that?
Maybe my
The WhatsApp there, I am 17 and I am 18, your claims are broader than what those two annexures can do. Because those two annexures only speak to WhatsApp communications.
Well, I think it's also upon the Commission's mandate to actually get supporting documents from them. If they had those calls with me, they should actually give evidence to that. Or if there was a message, WhatsApp message or whatever, the onus is on them to prove that I did call them or I did give directive in terms of this process?
That's fair comment. We engaged with the two annexures simply because you mischaracterized their allegations. You thought they had alleged they were WhatsApp communications. That's the only point I sought to make with you. And you and I have agreed, and you have offered the Commission to access your call logs to the extent that it's necessary. At the same time, I do take your point that they too must tender evidence before the Commission to prove that such calls as they alleged did take place.
Thank you.
Note taken.
Just maybe to be sure where we land on this, can I maybe make the suggestion that it is probably quicker? You've raised a specific defense. You said, I've no WhatsApp communication with these people. And then we have seen from these documents that, and there are evidence that in fact they didn't allege WhatsApp calls, they just said calls. You are saying your call log will show that you didn't have those calls. Can I maybe suggest that it may be quicker and more efficient if you provided your call logs, because it's information that is easily and efficiently available to you. I know I have itemized billing, for example, and I can do numbers, that you may be quicker to do that, especially considering where we are in the process of hearings and we have to submit our report on the 17th, that it might be something that you want to consider, if you consider it important enough to
We'll try
show
and
that.
get the call logs from the service provider.
Sorry, say that?
We'll try and get the call, but the owners also from their side, they should get the
Of course,
the
on their
evidence,
phones.
because they made those allegations.
I accept that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like us to move off that topic and that question, Dr. Mashazi, and now we have to retrace our steps and go sequentially now. We went about differently, jumping, because we were dealing with themes more than the order
How
of the
many
questions.
questions are still left?
We're at the tail end, I can assure you. And in fact, the next question we deal with, it's a completely uncontroversial question. It's question 3 at your page 12.
Page 12.
And this question arose because some witnesses referenced this particular policy and highlighted what you stated your paragraph 71, that there is a policy called Ekurhuleni's Grants, Donations, Sponsorships and Gifts Policy. And that in terms of that policy, only the city manager may authorize acceptance of donations. And that you highlighted 71. The question was posed to you to confirm whether their interpretation of the policy is correct.
Correct.
And my reading of your response to that particular question from paragraph 67 to paragraph 74 is at least that is one point you agree with the witnesses that came before, that only you can authorize those donations.
Correct.
So, see, we're done with the one question already. That leads us then to question 4.
Can I just
Yes, absolutely.
to close this off? In paragraph 71, it says donations and sponsorships may be accepted only if they do not create expectations of reciprocal benefits. That's a policy position. So, and I think, and the answer may be obvious, but let me put it to you anyway. If Medi24, I think that's the name of the company, or even VIP Cat Protection, if they made the donation to the alleged donation to the city, if they did that with the expectation that in return they will receive business or favorable consideration from the municipality in the business of the municipality, that would offend that policy position. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Silo, maybe it's fair
yes.
to explain to the witness what the donations relate to. My recollection is that there was the 300,000 for the cadets, and then there was the donation of 4 vehicles.
Indeed, I don't have a challenge with that. As I indicated, the question was posed to her because that is, in terms of policy, her power, just to confirm on record that there is firstly such a policy and what it governs, firstly, and secondly, that only she as city manager may approve donations. So the inference to be drawn from her confirmation would be that any other donation that does not conform to the terms of the policy is ipso facto null and void.
Dr. Mashazi, maybe the donations we are dealing with in this commission, only 2 have been mentioned. One was a donation of 300,000 for the training of the cadets, and then the other one was the donation of the 4 vehicles by CAT Protection Services or Security Services. You can confirm that you did not authorize or accept those donations.
I did not authorize, no accepted the donations.
And if anybody had accepted them on behalf of the city of Ekurhuleni, that would be contrary to the prescripts that apply.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's move then, Dr. Mashazi, to the next question, which is question 4. And this particular question required you to state your role, if any, in the implementation or failure to implement the criminal record vetting process initiated by Chief Mapie on 21st December 2021, in terms of which all EMPD employees were required to be vetted in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act 39 of 1994. You recall. And then you provide your response to that in 4 paragraphs, paragraphs 75 to 78. If you could summarize for the Commission your response thereto, if you had a role at all in stopping the implementation of the process to vet members of EMPD.
Thank you, ma'am. The Chief of Police had a right to vet officers on an annual basis. That was his responsibility. As an accounting officer, I do not get involved in the vetting process, and I never stopped any vetting process or called anyone to stop the vetting process, as per the evidence that was given here that Mkhwanazi said he called me. He never called me, and I never entertained anything that is contrary, because my problem is in the EMPD, it is alleged that more than 500 officers have criminal record, and it is the duty of the accounting officer of that department, which is Chief of Police, to ensure that each and every official, whether junior or senior, must go through the vetting process. And I cannot, as an accounting officer, stop that process for anyone.
So you, as you touched on it, the allegation was there had been a failure to comply with Chief Mapie's directive for everyone to be vetted within EMPD, the officers of EMPD. And at that meeting, and one of the heads of the units that had failed to ensure vetting of his members and himself included was Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Commissioner Spies testified that at that meeting that where Chief Mapie was pursuing the implementation of the directive, Brigadier Mkhwanazi became very angry, and he called you to complain that he is being subjected to this process and that the requirement for vetting was not part of his employment contract. And having had that telephonic discussion with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, you directed that Brigadier Mkhwanazi and his team not be subjected to vetting. Are you saying that that conversation never took place at all?
Never took place at all.
It's not the content of the conversation is misquoted. But you're suggesting that that call taking place at all is a complete fabrication of both Chief Mapie and Mr. Spies?
The call, ma'am, never took place, and I never instructed Mkhwanazi not to be vetted, nor did I instruct the chief of police to stop the vetting.
I'm trying to locate the instruction issued by Chief Mapie, but I think the concept you are familiar with of vetting. Do you support the view that it is an exercise that every single police officer within EMPD must undertake?
Correct, I do.
Learning as you did, whenever it is you did, that Brigadier Mkhwanazi failed to comply with that directive, whether it's because he refused or was just a failure on his part, and failed to ensure that members of his unit are duly vetted. What is your comment to that?
He was unruly. The chief of police was supposed to deal with him.
You say he was?
He's being unruly in terms of the processes. If the legislation and the chief of police gives directives that each and every member of the EMPD should be vetted, why would you refuse to be vetted? For me, it's unlawful and irregular.
And for the record, that directive is Annexure RS 18 to River Species statement. So it's a species annexures. Annexure RS 18, starting at page 47. Have you located it?
Yes.
This is dated the 21st of December 2021 from IJ Mapie, Commissioner Chief of Police, EMPD, and directed to all divisional heads, all EMPD employees, EMPD. Now it starts by stating a requirement, according to Chief Mapie, as reflected in the 4 pieces of legislation that he invokes. And he states it's a standing requirement that the criminal record status of all employees of EMPD be verified on an annual basis. Then he lists 4 pieces of legislation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with him in that regard?
I agree with him.
I would like to understand your attitude towards compliance with that requirement as a city manager. How important do you think the issue of compliance is?
It is important, highly important. The issue of compliance, like vetting, is important that these people are vetted, as there's generally complaints that they're taking bribes and so forth, and some of them are involved in criminal activities. For me, it's important as an accounting office that they should be subjected to vetting.
As a city manager, what steps have you taken to satisfy yourself that at least Chief Mapie, as the head of that EMPD department, complied with the requirement for vetting?
Remember, when he did this vetting, it was never addressed to me that I am vetting.
If I may interrupt you, maybe I put my question inelegantly. My question to you was, if you appreciate the correctness of that statement he makes, that it is a legal requirement, and I accept that it is one you believe in, you confirm, and then you take seriously. Now, speaking to a city manager, what steps, while you were city manager, did you ever take to ensure that at least police officers within EMPD, from Chief Mapie, are duly vetted as prescribed by those 4 pieces of legislation? What steps did you take?
When the vetting process, the whole vetting process,
that there is full compliance with the requirement of vetting. Did you ever seek to satisfy yourself?
Let me explain how the process works, ma'am.
Okay.
Chief Mapie is vetted at the point of appointment as a senior manager. Then it is his responsibility in terms of the legislation to vet his junior officials, wherein the accounting officer does not get involved.
Okay, I accept that. Was the accounting officer satisfied that Chief Mapie discharged his duties in that regard?
Absolutely.
These are police officers whom we provide with inter alia weapons to carry around. I'm asking about the steps you took to satisfy yourself that Chief Mapieye has discharged his duty. Did you take any in the time that he has been the head of EMPD until your retirement? And I ask this question simply because you said the requirement is correct. The requirement is as stipulated by those 4 acts, and that is one that you take seriously. Now, I want to test the seriousness with which you relate to that requirement. What steps did you take? Because personally, I must say, it concerns me that there are police officers through our payments, we provide weapons to, and a significant number of them are not vetted. Their criminal record status is unknown. And I would go so far as to suggest that would concern you too, as a citizen, that there are such police officers walking the streets, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Now, as a city manager, what steps did you ensure that it doesn't happen in Ekurhuleni?
There's a chief of police who, on a monthly basis or weekly basis or fortnight basis, would attend meetings with me. In terms of his operations in the department, to be honest, some of the issues I don't get involved in. If he had brought that to my attention, that the officers, I heard from the commission from this that there are over 500 officers who have criminal record. If he has brought that to my attention, I would take steps against him. The question would be, how did he appoint these people and why these people were not vetted? So that was never brought to my attention, that he had difficulties in vetting his officials.
I appreciate that, and I think let's not conflate issues. There is one issue, which is finding 500 members with either criminal records awaiting trial at various stages. There is that one issue. Then the other issue is concerning those officers who do not subject themselves to vetting. Those are 2 distinct issues. I'm not asking you about the 500. If you, as you told the commission, that requirement must be complied with, and I'm not suggesting that you chase Chief Mapieye to ensure that it is complied with. And if you take it as seriously as you had suggested to the commissioners, I'm asking you, how did you satisfy yourself that Chief Mapieye complied with that very important requirement? Did you ever take any steps to satisfy yourself?
I trusted him as a police officer that he would do the right thing. Maybe it's an oversight, not for me to actually emphasize what he's supposed to do as an accounting officer. Remember, when you appoint these people, they are appointed in terms of their skills and their specialties, and they know their responsibilities, all of them. So I can't be chasing one person that, did you do this, why didn't you do this, unless an issue is brought to my attention that, ma'am, I've tried to comply with 1, 2, 3, and these are the stumbling block. That is where I come in and assist.
Would it be fair to say that you took no steps to satisfy yourself that all Ekurhuleni police members are at least duly vetted? You didn't take any steps, regardless of whatever failings Chief Mapieye may have had. It would be fair for me to conclude that and to suggest to the commissioners that you didn't find it necessary to take any steps to satisfy yourself as city manager. Agreed. Okay. Chair, it's 15:59. You had suggested a coffee break at 4. If we haven't finished, might this be an opportune time? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mashazi, then just to close up on the conversation we're having, I referred you to Annexure RS 18, which is the directive by Chief Mapieye regarding vetting. If it had come to your attention at the time that there were heads of units who refused to comply with that important directive, would you have insisted, no, what view would you have held at the time? Let me rather ask.
I would have insisted
On what?
on them being vetted and on the police doing his job.
And what steps would you have suggested be taken against the divisional head who refuses to comply with this directive?
For the chief of police to discipline his immediate and also discipline those that are below him.
So in this case, the evidence before the commission is that Mr. Mkhwanazi refused to have himself vetted and members of his unit. Are you suggesting that the appropriate action to take against him is disciplinary action?
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm moving on to another question. Our next question then would be question 5, starting at your... Yes, Chair.
Hello, my colleagues and I have quite a clutter here. Which file should we get rid of? Obviously, Dr. Mashazi's statement and what else?
Yes. I'm advised that perhaps you get rid of everything except keep close by Mapieye annexure and space annexures. There is another file we will get to, but it's much later. And by then we would have gotten rid of these two.
Thank you.
Before I close that chapter, for the record, you recall we had a conversation and engagement regarding what you said were your annexure IM 17 and 18, which were the screen grabs of your WhatsApp, from your WhatsApps. And I suggested to you that you mischaracterized what Mr. Niza had said in his statement. I read out his statement, which implied that it was a normal call, not a WhatsApp call. It has been brought to our attention by your attorneys that during oral testimony on the 12th of November, transcript page 31, line 19, Mr. Niza stated as follows, and he was specifically drawn to paragraphs 45 and 46, and the one I read out to you, 46, is where he suggested it missed a normal call. In response to that, he states from line 12, rather, yes, so we did indeed receive the extension request from the Chief of Police, and I discussed it with Lasheka, the HOD HR, and she agreed. She agreed that indeed we shall effect the extension of the suspension and that the request was provided to Lasheka on the 22nd of May 2023. On the night of the 23rd of May 2023, I saw that on my WhatsApp I had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi, the city manager. You heard that. So I wanted to correct the record because my question had implied that it was not a WhatsApp call, as he had stated in his statement. But in oral testimony, he himself described it as a WhatsApp call he had missed from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, I do not have missed calls. If there's a missed call from the WhatsApp, I could have seen it.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you.
I accept the corrections from your side.
Thank you. So gracious of you.
Mr. Love, on the issue of the missed call,
Yes.
I thought it was the other way around. Mr. Niza said he had missed a call.
Yes, Mr. Niza, in his paragraph 46, in the statement, said he had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi. And in oral testimony says on that same night, the date is correct, I saw that on my WhatsApp I had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi.
Now, Dr. Mashazi, in her response, says she doesn't have a missed call on her WhatsApp.
Yes, that's her evidence. And therefore, if just to complete that, Commissioner, I had suggested that the annexures she had provided, which are screen grabs of her WhatsApp communication don't have a bearing on the question of whether or not she had called Mr. Ngiza on the day in question. But based on his testimony that it was a WhatsApp call, then that annexure has to be relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner Balu.
Dr. Mashazi, just still on the vetting issue, maybe just to complete it. Commissioner Spies, when he testified on the 10th of November, he said that in a meeting, there was a meeting of senior management. You were not in that meeting, but Brigadier Mkhwanazi was in that meeting. And in that meeting, Commissioner Spies, gave a report on the vetting issue and the fingerprinting report. He had a fingerprinting report to give in the context of the vetting issue. And then Brigadier Mkhwanazi was displeased about that process. And I'm trying to summarize his evidence. He says that he physically took, what I do say is that your section did not provide their fingerprints. This is Spies, he says this to Mkhwanazi. And they refused to provide their fingerprints. I'm not saying you have a criminal record. And Spies says, and he just kept on screaming at me in front of all of us in the meeting. He physically took his phone out and he started phoning and he speak. You can clearly hear he's speaking to the city manager, Imogen Mashazi. And he puts the phone down and he says, the city manager says, this process will stop immediately. And he turned around, he walked out in an extremely disrespectful manner, closed the door. And then the chief Mapieye then calmed us all down and said, stop, do not discuss further anything here. He will go and speak to the city manager afterwards and he will calm everything down and we must just carry on our work. And then he further lastly says, and from that meeting then, the very next day, I received an email from Kasheka wherein she stated that the process must stop and we must submit everything to them. At that stage, I had already prepared what we call a council item. Do you know anything, firstly, do you know anything about this part where he says Brigadier Mkhwanazi picked up his phone and he was speaking to you on the phone? You know anything about the vetting issue?
I don't know anything, and I would say that the statement is untrue and worrisome. I never made that statement.
Did Chief Mapieye never ever speak to you about the refusal of Brigadier Mkhwanazi that his team should be vetted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then, do you know anything about Ms. Kasheka's involvement with this vetting issue?
I'm not aware, unless she sees with me, but I'm not aware.
Okay. And did you ever become aware of Commissioner Spies' council item on this issue? An item that he prepared that was to be submitted to council?
Well, if it's an item that was supposed to be submitted to council, obviously it had reached council. There's no item that are prevented, especially in terms of processes and systems or processes that are geared to improve the performance and also enforce compliance and governance. I wouldn't stop such items.
And that item would have come through you, because yes. I understood you saying EMPD accounts to council through you.
No, the item would come to me. All the items that go to or that serve in the mayoral committee, these are the items of the accounting officer emanating from the department.
Yes.
Then from the mayoral committee, the items become the responsibility of the mayor or the executive mayor's item. That's why he's the one who speaks on items in council. I only speak to items in the mayoral committee.
Okay. Well, I think what I'm trying to understand is that if Commissioner Spies is correct, if he's correct that he then prepared a council item, for that item to end up at council eventually, it would have had to go through your office because he doesn't have direct access.
Exactly.
That's all I'm checking.
Exactly.
Okay, and you don't remember such an item?
I do not recall. If there is an item, obviously, as an accounting officer, as I indicated, that I do support the vetting in terms of the legislation.
Yes.
If there was such an item, obviously, it ended up in council being a council item.
But, yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand whether do you have knowledge of what Commissioner Spies is talking about when he talks about an item that was going to go to council?
Yes, ma'am.
You know about it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. In all fairness to you, Dr. Mashazi, I think I should bring something to your attention. Can I refer you to Annexure IM 17, your annexure, your file? The WhatsApp screen grabs.
Yes, ma'am.
IM 17, page 55.
Page 17.
IM 17, page 55.
55. Yes, ma'am.
Now, that IM 17, do you confirm to the commissioners that it is a true reflection of what appears in your phone?
Exactly, ma'am.
Do you confirm that you have not deleted anything in that WhatsApp communication before you submitted?
I do confirm that I did not delete it.
We have been furnished with a WhatsApp screenshot from another phone, Mr. Ngiza's phone. And I think it's incumbent upon me to inform you that it is similar to your IM 17, except after that information notice 4 of 2023, there is an entry of 23rd May 2023, which reflects a missed call at 1813, followed by the document that appears at the bottom of page 55 of the 4th of August 2023. And Mr. Ngiza will be required to file a supplementary statement in this respect. Asked to wait a second. I'm audible. Okay, thanks. I'm inviting you to comment on a statement that we will obtain from Mr. Ngiza, that his phone and the WhatsApp communication reflects a missed call from you at 1813 on the 23rd of May 2023, which is omitted from your IM 17. What is your comment to that?
My comment is I do not have knowledge of that, and he must prove, or in fact, this must be proved by the service provider. The service provider that is responsible for calls and whatever, call logs and so forth. From my screenshot, I do not have information that Mr. Ngiza called me, be as it may that it was a missed call, but I do not have that information in terms of my screenshot.
And I'm putting it to you that over the same time period, his phone indicates a missed call from you. Do you have a comment?
No comment.
Okay. Can I then invite a comment to, and this I say on the assumption that he will file a proper supplementary statement with the supporting screenshots, that what you submitted as IM 17 has been manipulated. Do you have a comment to that?
I don't have a comment. Manipulation, you.
Okay. I then want us to move to the next question, and our next question would be question 5, starting at page 14 of your statement. And this concerns the question of the application for leave of absence signed by by Chief Mapieye, dated 18 March 2023 and approved by the city manager, yourself, that is. You respond to that question from paragraph 79 to 84. And I invite you to summarize your response. So, for the benefit of the commissioners, thank you.
Okay, on the 16th of August 2023, I held a meeting with Chief of Police in my office regarding the challenges in the department. And in terms of him, exhausted, he is experiencing significant emotional strain, and he required time away. That was on the 16th. And from that meeting, both of us, we agreed that we should actually call his immediate subordinates to inform them, to also get the understanding of the challenges in the department, and also request a turnaround plan in terms of the department's functionality. Then on the 27th, we indeed convened that meeting, myself and Chief. In the meeting, there was HOD HR Linda Kasheka, where she took minutes. During this meeting, I expressed concerns about the state of affairs in the EMPD because there were a lot of issues that emanating from junior personnel, the new recruits, plus minus 400 to 500, that were appointed and did not have tools of trade like the firearms, and they were sent out there in the street. There were a lot of media queries, social media queries, that how do we send and how are they going to protect the citizens without firearms? Over and above that, there were also a lot of challenges in terms of labor relation matters in the department that were actually not dealt with properly. Then from this meeting, we requested that Chief of Police, as requested time off, we requested that he should actually draft a recovery plan, sort of a turnaround. Officers do have uniform, they have firearms, and he concludes the tender for firearms, because by then, when we discussed this thing, there was no tender for firearms. And they kept on coming to me with a deviation. And it has been my practice since the first term of office that I am not going to approve any deviation. If you look at the book that I've written, and also at the audio of HODs during my farewell party, one indicated that the city manager was clear about governance. If you go to her, if we fail to manage your contract and you go to her without, with a deviation, you must also go with the resignation. That is how serious we were in terms of governance. So there was nothing in the department, and hence we requested this meeting. Emanating from a meeting, obviously, we've annexed the minutes that were taken by Kasheka, and the turnaround plan that was requested.
I would like to refer you to, and you don't have to go there, I'll read it for you. It's Chief Mapieye's statement, paragraph 104. Chief Mapieye states that on the 15th of August, he delivered to you a letter of intent to institute proceedings against the city regarding the precious stones theft allegedly committed by members of EMPD who were reporting directly to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. When I delivered it to her, she challenged me on the fact that the letter does not make any reference to Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and neither does he appear in the attached pictures. She suggested that I was persecuting Brigadier Mkhwanazi and was biased towards him, and threatened to suspend me with immediate effect. She immediately corrected herself and told me that she was actually suspending me with immediate effect. I have just read paragraph 104 of Chief Mapie's statement. My first question to you is, did you see the letter the letter of demand that Chief Mapie references regarding alleged theft of precious stones by members of EMPD who report to Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
Thanks. I need to correct the fact that he came to me on the 15th. He came to me on the 16th, where I raised the issues I've raised. The report about the precious stones, we found it in the bundle, and also in the bundle from Mapea and them. He himself never discussed this with me. And for me, it's fabrication of information that I ask him, where's Julius? I mean, if there's a suit, 45 million litigation against the city, as an accounting officer, I must be worried and do something, rather than looking for a face of some junior official.
And this letter of demand is annexure 24 to Chief Mapie's statement. If you could turn to that document, please, Chief Mapie's annexures, annexure 24. Page 112.
112.
And for the record, it should read JM24. It should be marked JM24. This is a letter, a notice, in fact, in terms of Section 3 of the Institution of Legal Proceedings against Certain Organs of State, Act 40 of 2002. The subject line reads, Peter Jacobus, Prinsloo, versus the Minister of Police, that's the first, the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, and the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. You see that. I see on the face of this document that it bears 3 stamps. The first being the Ministry of Police against the address of the Ministry of Police, and I read that to be confirmation of receipt of the letter. It's then followed by the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, and once again it bears a stamp of the Metropolitan Police. Then, there's a stamp of Metropolitan Police, although slightly misplaced, because the third party is the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, and there is a City of Ekurhuleni received stamp dated 15/08/2023. This is the claim for 45 million and complaint against certain members of EMPD who acted unlawfully, with the result that a citizen in Killarney was robbed of a certain quantity of precious stones. The first issue is, besides the unlawfulness of the act, is the fact that these members were acting outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni Municipality, being in Killarney. As a consequence of their actions, the city is now facing a claim, a potential claim of 45 million for damages. You confirm that your office received this demand, letter of demand?
Yes, we received this. My office did receive. Maybe I should explain the process. Any summons that the city receives, because some of them are urgent and whatever, they go directly to the HOD legal, to the legal department. Obviously, the summons went to the department from my office to the HOD legal to assist us to defend the case, because they have panel of attorneys.
Although we're not talking about a summons here, I take it you considered the content of this document, and in particular noted the importance of the allegations in that members of the seat EMPD, which is part of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, not only undertook unlawful acts out in the public, but did so outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni. I won't pose a question, I'll make a suggestion to you that ought to have been an exceptionally disturbing state of affairs. Was it equally disturbing to you?
Agreed.
And it came to your attention?
It came to my attention, but not through the way Chief is alleging.
Did you engage Chief Mapieye on the content of this very disturbing notice?
As I indicated, ma'am, that the process, when we receive summons, my PA urgently takes the summons to the corporate and legal. She records them and take them directly to corporate and legal to defend.
But these are not summons. This is not a summons.
It's a letter of demand.
Yes.
And
the contents of which you became aware.
I became aware because it was served in my office.
Indeed.
And it was sent to corporate and legal.
And I'm asking whether, on becoming aware of the contents of this document, did you take up this exceptionally serious issue with the Chief of Police, Chief Mapieye?
Chief Mapieye, remember I indicated that I took the document straight. The document was taken straight to corporate and legal. We never had a chance of discussing this thing with Mapieye because already is a letter of demand that needs legal attention. Because if we do not address the letter of demand, you'll get summons, litigations, and so forth. Because in terms of letter of demand, the litigation is about 46 million, which is concerning for the city and concerning to me as an accounting officer.
You seem more concerned about the value of the demand and less about the conduct of EMPD officers.
It's incorrect, ma'am. I agree.
You agree that you are more concerned about the 45 million?
No.
Okay. Sorry, the dean coming from next door interfering with my hearing. And hence my question. And my question is premised on the assumption that this is not a daily occurrence. It ought to have come as an absolute shock to you. Mm-hmm. And I want to understand from you whether it was sufficiently shocking that you demand that Chief Mapieye engage you on the contents of this notice. Was it that shocking to you? Or you thought it is an issue that could be discussed in the course of time?
For me, there are two things. It was about the serious misconduct of his officers. Two, the issue of the city being dragged into this, and the issue of, in terms of the issue of litigation. So hence I'm saying legal documents, and I'll reiterate again, that I cannot interpret legal documents. If there's a letter of demand or summons or whatever, they will go to HOD Behar. I wouldn't waste time because immediately I want to sit with a report like this in the office, and there are a lot of reports, and wasting time in terms of letter of demand or summons and whatever. I've been summoned to different courts within Gauteng, where issues of this nature have actually happened. The misconduct, the briberies and so forth, and lack of implementation of awards and so forth. So I really don't want to waste time. I did not want to waste time.
I appreciate it. But I'm more interested in the content, what you did with it. As you can see from page 117, attached to the notice were pictures, color pictures. Unfortunately, the copies we had are black and white, so it is difficult to make out who is who in those pictures. But Chief Mapieye testified that the original was forwarded to iPad and that those pictures are in color, and that in those color photographs, members of EMPD are easily recognizable. What I want to engage you on is not about how you treat summons. It's about how you treated this issue vis-a-vis the chief of police. It is concerning to me that you didn't even bother to have a conversation with him.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you ask the same question because he is the executive CEO of the department? Did you ask him that question? What did he do about this?
Yes, I asked.
Because it has nothing to do with the accounting officer. He has a function and powers from the SAPS Act that he must discipline, he must do 1, 2, 3. He's given those powers. And we discussed those powers at length this morning, that he is empowered to do 1, 2, 3 in terms of the SAPS Act, to discipline members, to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I think it's a bit unfair that these questions are now posed to me while he failed to do his duties as an accounting officer of the department or as an executive director in terms of the SAPS Act.
Okay, it was, and you recall I read from his statement where he said, according to this document, it's got a date stamp of the 8th of August, 2023, which is the date on which the EMPD received it. Your office received it later, actually, on the 15th. And on the 15th, he came to your office to discuss this document and show you, according to him, the problems being experienced and illegal acts performed by members of EMPD. And rather than engage with the contents of this document, you took issue with him that he appears biased towards Mkhwanazi, where in circumstances where Mkhwanazi is not on any of the pictures. That is his evidence before this commission. So yes, we did engage him on that.
I did not engage him on that. I indicated that I had a meeting with the chief on the 16th, not even on the 15th. And the issues that I raised, it was about the dysfunctionality of the department, not even this. So I will request, ma'am, that the responsibility of dealing with issues lies with Chief of Police. He was supposed to be asked questions, what did you do with the document? Because in terms of the act, he's the one who's supposed to take action against the misconduct of his officers.
I agree with you. And yes, that's a conversation we've been having since morning regarding his powers. What we are discussing is slightly different, which is the concern by the chief of police and the concern by the city manager about the contents of that document. And you appear not to have any concerns regarding the contents of that document. So much so that you confirm you didn't initiate a conversation with Chief Mapie about what's stated in there, and you suggest that neither did Chief Mapie.
I reiterate that Chief Mapie was supposed to take action on this particular document. My issue is for summons and ensure that the city is not litigated. But I take your point that he failed to do his duty, not mine. It is not my responsibility to discipline junior officials.
And it is not your responsibility, then I take it, is it a proper interpretation as to what members of EMPD do? It's not your responsibility, and neither is it your concern. Do I understand you correctly?
My concern, like I indicated, the reporting lines, the chief of police reports to me. The subordinates, whether it's managers, executive managers, in terms of the legislation, they report to him.
Yes.
And he ought to have taken steps against this misconduct.
So then I must accept that if this team of people, or even more, all registered with EMPD, went around the province killing people at will, it's not a matter that will perturb you. And any failings by the chief of police to take action against those people is a matter to be left at the chief of police's doorstep. And you should never be engaged on such matters as a city.
I should be engaged.
Remember, at what level and when?
Remember, chief of police is like in terms of the questions from this morning, it's like I'm personal with him. There are a lot of labor issues in the department. Too much.
This is crime issues, doctor. It's not labor issues.
No, let me finish, okay. Ma'am. Can I be allowed to,
by all means.
Talk?
By all means, I apologize.
There are a lot of labor issues, there are a lot of misconduct issues, and there are a lot of criminality issues in that department.
Yes.
And as I indicated that we appoint HODs on the basis of their strength, especially around qualification and experience. And we believe at that point when we appointed Chief of Police that he will turn around the department and show compliance and deal with all the criminality that is happening in the department. We thought he would do that. But it cannot therefore be my sole responsibility to enforce that. Chief ought to have enforced that all members are actually vetted, and all members who actually are found to be wanting in terms of criminality are actually dealt with, including iPad.
Can I?
Yes, Commissioner.
Can I just maybe test this? Chief Mapia reports to you in the same way as Mr. Sheka reports to you. You receive this notice of intention to institute legal proceedings. There's an amount involved, but more importantly, there's allegations of criminal conduct from members of the EMPD. Surely it's not good enough for you. It cannot be good enough, and please say if you disagree and why. It cannot be good enough that you say, well, Chief Mapia is the one that was supposed to institute disciplinary proceedings. I took this demand and I sent it to legal, and that's the end of my role. He's your direct report on a serious matter of criminal conduct, such as serious and huge financial exposure potentially to the city. I would expect my city manager to ask Kasheka, are you aware of this? I want a report. If Kasheka is the right person, and from what you're saying, it sounds she's not even the right person, but somehow she gets involved in Mkhwanazi's matters. But I would expect at the very least that the city manager who receives this notice says to Mapia, I want a report. I want to know what you're doing about these criminal people that are in our system that have gone and robbed someone outside jurisdiction. And I'm concerned that your attitude is, well, he's the boss. If he didn't do it, don't look at me. Surely that he reports to you means something. Do you want to comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I comment by saying that in the morning we discussed his powers that he reports directly to council in terms of the SAPS Act and his responsibility to discipline members. And there's no way where it says the accounting officer must discipline members, including the systems of delegation. It is actually delegated to him. So I did not follow the discussion during his testimony as to whether such question was asked to him, what did he do with this? Despite claiming that he had a meeting with me to show me the pictures and whatever. That for me is still an allegation, and he must confirm it. The onus is on him to confirm that he did have a meeting and he indicated this. This report, it's an official report. It is with legal to defend the city. The issue of discipline still lies with the chief of police.
What does it mean? Maybe let's go back to basics. What does it mean when you say he exercises his powers inter alia, subject to your directives? Well, what does it mean?
Remember, we discussed that fact that the council has appointed him as the head of policing.
Yes.
And I argue that in as much as he's appointed, we need to read the SAPS Act in conjunction with the Systems Act as well as the systems of delegation. So if he fails in his duties, obviously, as an accounting officer, I need to deal with it.
Yes.
I need to deal with it.
Yes. And
But
you're saying,
in-
sorry, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, okay. In this particular matter,
Yes.
he did not discuss this thing with me. He never had a meeting with me on the 15th of, I've forgotten,
August.
of
August.
August.
Yes.
I only had a meeting with Chief of Police on the 16th, where we discussed the dysfunctionality of the department. That such things, some of these things are some of the things that came up from the members, that we have this and this and this, we do not have tools of trade, we do not have this. That's why I had to call that meeting and address some of the things.
Okay, I'm really dealing with this limited issue. you receive a letter or a notice to institute legal proceedings. It claims about 45 million from the city. It alleges criminal conduct on the part of your employees. They are employees of the city. They're not Mapia's city. You're the CEO, you've told us. So they are your employees. They are accused of criminal conduct. Your testimony, as I understand it, is, well, I did my part. I forwarded this to legal, and that's the end of my involvement. What happens discipline-wise with these employees, it's not my issue, it's a MAPA matter. I struggle with that when you say he's accountable to you, and you don't seem to hold him accountable for this. And then you come here, you say, well, he didn't do anything about it. The question is, well, why did you not hold him accountable for this? And it seems your answer is, well, it had nothing to do with me. I am concerned about that.
Well, maybe it's an oversight from my side that I did not pursue him to actually, I mean, I have so many HODs, I can't be sitting on one person. And for me, I accept that it's an oversight for not making him to account.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As a matter of interest, we dealt with one issue earlier, which is the statutory requirement for vetting for EMPD members. And you subsequently learned that Brigadier Mkhwanazi refused to subject himself to vetting and equally refused that members of his unit be subjected to that. Now we are discussing issues such as illegal conduct, criminal conduct by members of EMPD. And your response is that, if I understood you correctly, that is the responsibility of the Chief of Police. As a matter of interest, when you account to council as regards EMPD, I take it you do so on the basis of an assessment of performance by the chief. What are his KPIs, his key performance indicators, to your recollection? You've served 2 terms. You shouldn't have too much difficulty recalling at least some key ones.
The key ones in terms of the core competencies is strategic direction, governance, financial management, I can't remember others. Remember, out of the system and performance contracts of HODs. The last time I assessed them, it was last year, and I can't recall exactly what is the content of that. But he is responsible for strategic direction, for communication, for a whole lot of things. I don't have a copy. If we can be afforded to give you a copy of that, we'll do that.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that actually the meeting you had with Chief Mapie was on the 16th, not the 15th, as he alleges, correct?
The 16th, yes.
The 16th. And you say the purpose of that meeting was for him to tell you that I think he's exhausted, and I'm paraphrasing here, so if I misquote you, please correct me, and that he would like to take special leave. That was the content of your conversation then, you stated.
I reported that the purpose of the meeting, myself and Chief, we discussed the dysfunctionality of the department.
Okay.
And out of the discussion, he indicated to me he's exhausted. He will request leave. He requests leave for him to deal with his mental exhaustion and so forth and so forth. So then we both agreed that we should address his subordinates. I'm repeating myself anyway. We should call an urgent meeting with his subordinate, which took place on the 17th, where we addressed them, both of us.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner.
Advocate Silo. Dr. Mashazi, who does the Chief of Police's assessment in terms of performance?
It's myself.
It's you. Before August 2023, when last had you done the assessment?
I don't recall. I'll have to check my records.
Am I correct that he was reappointed as Chief of Police in 2022?
You are correct.
And you would have recommended his appointment?
Yes, I did.
Why would that have been the case if the department was so dysfunctional and, according to you, he was not performing well?
That is, the meeting was in 2024 where the department was starting to. My meeting with them was in 20.
No, it's 2023.
23. Yeah, he was reappointed in 2022.
Yes.
We were both appointed on the same day, and I was part of the panel. He performed the interview. You appoint a person on the basis that his performance. And in 2023, I could see that the department is going down as I was receiving complaints that the officers do not have uniform, do not have firearms. I became concerned and called him. We had a meeting where we discussed these issues, and he later requested that he's exhausted, he can't deal with matters.
I'm assuming you would have done, I'm just looking at his appointment letter here. It is dated 29 April 2022. I'm assuming you would have done his annual performance assessment in April, May of 2023.
Yes.
And you would have rated his performance good?
Yeah, maybe for the benefit of the commissioners. In terms of the performance issue, there's a fly here. I don't know, it's a sabotage. In terms of performance indicators, each and every HOD, they draw performance indicators according to the budget allocated. That's why it is linked to the SDBIP, that is Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan. They draw those from the IDP, which is our 5-year contract. So chief key performance indicators, he was rated good. But these are small issues that will emerge as and when we hear that officers do not have firearms, obviously does not have a key performance indicator of ensuring that their firearms or whatever. So these are the issues that will emerge on a going basis in terms of his operations or operations of any HOD. For instance, you can't have millions of performance indicators and measure a person on millions of performance indicators. There are certain areas that are gray areas that are not part of the performance indicators. That's why you'll find that even the HODs who are not managing departments properly, but when they go for performance assessment, they do well because they've actually crafted the performance indicators according to their strength and according to the budget allocated to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, can I?
Yes, Commissioner Mole?
From this discussion, and please forgive me for taking you back, but I'm going to ask because it's bothering me. Why would you recommend his appointment in 2022 if you have complaints about his inappropriate criminal conduct of abusing power, abusing employees in the workplace? How do you justify that you have that concern which you share with us today, which was never shared at council? You never raised this. You never caused an investigation. In 2022, you recommend him to be appointed. How do you square that up?
Remember, in terms of formal complaint, I only received the formal complaint now about his sexual harassment case and so forth. Others, as I indicated, ma'am,
Yes.
it was a group of these EMPD officials who cried out to me that as women or as females, we are not promoted unless
No, please,
1, 2, 3.
I know what you're saying.
Yes.
You said it in the morning.
Yes.
But something has come up now. You recommended his appointment in 2022. You told us in the morning when you were appointed originally in 2016, I think it is, you received these complaints about him and other men in the department. We know you did nothing about it. And your explanation is I didn't have anything in writing, but you mentioned him by name. Among the others, you don't mention him, you mention by name. In 2022, you recommend his appointment. someone that you're making serious allegations about, serious, which have consequences for even the metro. I mean, if the metro, if employees say, well, we told our city manager and no measures were put in place to protect us against these pests in the workplace. Not only that, you in 2022 recommend his appointment. I think that is deeply problematic.
Thank you, Chair. Remember when I introduced this particular program, I worked hand in hand with Chief. He complied with me. As I indicated in the morning that each celebration, and he also assisted me to ensure that these women are actually uplifted. In terms of appointment, he took over. And in terms of promotion or ensuring that they get bursaries, he took over. He was complying with me. So for me, it was not a problem. The problem became when a formal complaint came. And it was not going to be fair for me to actually disqualify him on generalized allegations.
Thank you, Dr. Mashazi.
You see, Dr. Mashazi, the problem is that you want this commission to consider those issues that you say you became aware of in 2014, 2016, 2017. Yet in 2022, you were comfortable to recommend his appointment as Chief of Police. And on an annual basis, you were rating his performance as good, admittedly based on the measurements and the criteria that was being used, not on everything. But it is a concern that you come to this commission and you mention the things you heard about him 2016, 2014. The drunk driving case, for example, was 2014. You didn't see that as an obstacle as far as his appointment and reappointment as Chief of Police. But when you come to this commission, you want this commission to take those things into account.
As I indicated, that the issue about sexual harassment and also coercing on officials and so forth, there was no formal complaint. The issue about the accident and so forth, this is the information that we get now from the witnesses or people who are concerned about the statements that we made here in the commission. Remember, the commission is watched by officials also of the city, including the unions, and they know in the institution what is happening. Their members are actually affected. And I saw in one of the social media things that there was one union that was here to be heard about the lies that were spoken in the commission. So it was not going to be fair on my side to actually discredit Chief of Police based on the allegations that are now coming out.
Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. I want us then to turn to the meeting of the 17th of August 2023, and you deal with this at your page 14, paragraphs 81.2 and 81.3. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
And at 81.3, you summarize the purpose of the meeting thus.
Mm-hmm.
During this meeting, I expressed serious concern about the state of EMPD, describing it as dysfunctional. Among the issues raised was the fact that approximately 500 junior officers did not have firearms, an unacceptable operational and safety failure by Chief Mapie. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Why didn't that meeting of the 17th include the criminal conduct of members of EMPD? Because you had been duly notified of their conduct in terms of JM24, which is that notice tendered by Chief Mapie. Why didn't they, if you are going to call the senior leadership of EMPD to complain or to engage on issues that approximately 500 junior officers did not have firearms. Why didn't you extend that discussion to the fact that some of the EMPD officers abused the very firearms that they are issued to commit criminal conduct? Because you knew of that conduct by then. Why didn't you extend that meeting to cover such issues?
The meeting covered the dysfunctionality of the department. Obviously, all the deputies and the managers in the department, they raised a lot of issues about even that one, that there are officers who are committing crime and whatever. So that's why I requested Chief to actually draft the turnaround plan.
A turnaround plan for criminal conduct?
How, to deal with all these issues, because
No,
they
I'm
were
more
glaring.
interested in a turnaround plan dealing with criminal conduct. Is that what you asked him to do?
Everything
Okay.
included.
Have you ever seen one such operation, the turnaround strategy or plan?
I beg your pardon?
Have you ever seen, in your experience as city manager, such a turnaround plan on how to deal with criminal conduct within the city?
Can you repeat your question? Is that a question or a comment?
Have you, Dr. Mashazi, in your long experience within the city, ever come across a turnaround plan for criminal conduct by members of the police force?
It included everything.
I'm interested in the criminal conduct specifically. I just wanted to know if you've ever seen one, to ask of Chief Mapeye to produce one.
Chief Mapeye, for starters, he was supposed to discipline those members. But if he failed, obviously, we need to understand from strategic point of view, what are his challenges in implementing some of the things that he's supposed to implement, like your consequence management in terms of criminality in the department and other financial misconduct that are happening in the department.
You conclude that 81.3, having summarized what the purpose of the meeting was, by attaching what you call an operational plan emanating from the meeting, and you attach that as annexure IM 14. If we could turn to IM 14 of your annexure file, it starts at page 49. Have you found IM 14?
Yes, ma'am.
The actual document starts at IM 50. It's a 2-page document. No, I like it. It's the 4-page document, or 3 to be precise. It's numbered 204 to 404. That makes 3 pages. My first question is, who generated this document? Do you know? Is it yourself?
It's the HOD, HR. She was part of the meeting, Linda Gashek.
That's Mr. Sheka. When did she do so?
I do not specifically recall the date, but she took the minutes during the meeting. The meeting that was held on the 17th.
17th of August.
Yes.
It does indicate that it's minutes of the meeting held on the 17th of August, 2023. My little challenge with this document is it is headed minutes of a meeting held on the 17th of August, 2023. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it sets out a plan, what you call the turnaround plan, in the same document.
Yes.
Which actually by right would have been developed after that meeting. Why is the plan part of the same meeting when the decision to produce such a plan was only taken on the 17th of August?
From this, these are the minutes of the meeting, and this was discussed, and this is how we agreed. But the chief of police was expected to draft a turnaround plan for the department.
And that expectation was expressed to him on the 17th of August.
It was expressed to
And
him
it's
on
because
the-
there was no plan at the time.
To date, I do not have a plan.
So what is this that we are looking at?
We are looking, I'm still waiting for the turnaround plan. This is operational plan in terms of what transpired during the meeting.
Please,
And these are the minutes that were taken by Linda Kashek. You can see all the points that we raised. The scope theme, the dysfunctionality and collapsing of the department, low staff morale. These are the issues that were raised in the meeting: revenue, procurement processes, dispute, grievances, integrity and standard functions, employee benefits, building maintenance, tools of trade, uniform. These are the issues.
my challenge you with that, and I understand what you're saying, is at page 50, the author of this document, you say, is Mr. Sheka. Just before the table, with the heading Performance Index, the last two sentences read, the following plan has been put in place in the form of a performance index, which management must operationalize. So that, as I understand it, unless I'm misreading the document, is the outcome of the meeting of the 17th.
Exactly.
So what is the outcome doing in the minute of the 17th? That's the part I don't understand. Because this plan did not exist as of the 17th of August. It was still to be developed.
Okay.
Do you have an explanation for that oddity?
Remember, I requested the HOD to take minutes, and I requested the chief to produce a turnaround plan. And during his suspension, he came to my house to request to get understanding in terms of the framework of how to craft the turnaround plan. He came to my house during his suspension. This one, it is this document is produced by the HOD Kasheka in relation to the outcome of our meeting. And I cannot attach a date exactly because it is not even dated, but she's referring to the meeting that was held on the 17th.
And it would be a fair reading if anyone interpreted this to mean that the plan set out in those 3 pages was part of the meeting of the 17th of August, and that would be incorrect.
That's correct.
It would be incorrect. So it misrepresents the true position of that meeting as at the date it took place. This document before us misrepresents the true position of that meeting as at the 17th of August.
Also,
Because it includes a plan which was not available, was yet to be developed after the 17th of August.
as an accounting officer then, I requested the chief to draft a turnaround plan. And for me, this is not a turnaround plan. And it must come from the practice owner of EMPD, which is the chief of police, to assist him because the complaint, this one is an HR issue. And I do not want to accept it as a turnaround plan from the department. Department, they had their own challenges on how to deal with issues. Hence, I requested the turnaround plan from the chief of police. Linda Gashega is not a practice owner in terms of the operations of the department.
And you testified that to date, you have not received such a turnaround plan. Well, I take it until you retired.
Can I just make sure I understand why what you're saying is consistent with what is in this document? You say in paragraph 81.3, during this meeting I expressed a concern, and then you say among the issues raised were the fact that approximately 500 did not have firearms, an unacceptable operational and safety failure by MAPA, a copy of the operational plan emanating from this meeting is IM 14. So you accept that this so-called plan, operational plan, is a product of the meeting of the 17th, because that's what you say.
Yes, from HR.
Yes. So Ms. Gasheka did not go to a corner and make it up. She was in the meeting.
Correct.
These things were, according to her and you, these were discussed in the meeting and they resulted in an operational plan.
Exactly.
Am I correct in that? And that's what you said in 81.3.
Yes.
So this document is both a minute and is supposed to be a minute and an operational plan that came out of the meeting that you chaired, you convened.
Agreed.
Okay. Now, this being a minute, it doesn't say anywhere that Chief Mapiaye is going to be preparing a turnaround plan. Where did you have that discussion with him?
I had a discussion in the meeting that I'm requesting a turnaround plan, and we further had a meeting with him in the office on the 18th that he needs to produce a turnaround plan.
Well, in the meeting, you see, if you look at page 52, in the conclusion, you say it records the Chief of Police or Acting Chief of Police will lead the city in ascertaining that the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of this plan is realized. A monthly report will be submitted to you as accounting officer regarding successes and challenges regarding the implementation of this plan. The plan must be reviewed at the end of Q2 to ensure that all strategic objectives are achieved. If you had in that meeting said you require a turnaround plan when in fact your conclusion says this plan is going to be implemented, I would have expected it to be in the minute. And I do have a difficulty with that. You say something that's not reflected in the document that you rely upon as evidence of what you discussed in that meeting of the 17th. It's difficult for me to accept the correctness of your evidence.
But Chief is aware, and the HOD is aware that we had a meeting that we need a turnaround plan.
Thank you.
But how it was raised, whether it was raised during this meeting or it was raised in the meeting with him, because post this meeting, we went to my office, myself and HOD, HR,
Yes.
that we need a turnaround plan. And on the 18th, that is when the leave was actually approved.
Yes, I think Dr. Mashazi, the important point about this is Chief Mapiaye gave an account, his account of a meeting and what he says transpired at that meeting. Commissioner Spies gave an account of what he says happened at this meeting that you called. And he shared with us what he says are his notes of that meeting. You don't have any notes. You rely on what you say, Kasheka, prepared, but it doesn't speak to what you're saying now. And you say, well, I called a meeting, there were grievances. We don't see grievances here of the other managers. We don't see them. In fact, both Mapiaye and Spee says only you spoke. When they tried to speak, you were shutting them down. You spoke and Mkhwanazi spoke. This document is not a minute of a meeting. Whatever you Mr. Shega chose to call it, it's not a minute, it's a plan. That's what it is. And so the difficulty is to believe you, or to accept the truthfulness of your evidence. And that's a big thing that I think you need to understand why we are engaging with you as we do, is to give you the opportunity to explain to us in a way that we hopefully can get to, well, Mapiaye was not correct when he said this. Spies was not. The reason we accept Dr. Mashazi's testimony on this is A, B, C, D. And you can't achieve that by saying Kasheka knows and Mapiaye knows what happened in that meeting. There's no record from you.
The records are here, and I accept these records as the minutes of the meeting. How they are written and how they are crafted, that the commission is not happy about, but these are the minutes, and this is a true reflection of what transpired in that meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloi. If you have any other file besides your own files open before you, you can close them, because I want to refer you to the Spies Annexure file now. And in particular,
Annexure 5 is
page 96, and that's Annexure RS 23. Page 96. Spies, RS 90, RS 23, page 96. Species annexure bundle. I think we have all located the relevant page. Now, just to give a background to Annexure 96, these are manuscript notes tendered by Commissioner Spies. These are dated 17/8/2023. And according to Commissioner Spies' evidence before this commission, he indicated that these are notes he took, these are contemporaneous notes he took at the meeting we are having a discussion about. And he was engaged about the original of these minutes, and he indicated that he works off notebooks and he will avail the notebook from which RS 23 is copied to demonstrate that entries before and after demonstrate that they are sequential in date numbering. You understand that? I'm not going to subject you to Commissioner Spies' handwriting. I'm going to suggest rather that you turn to page 105 of the same bundle, that is RS 23, parenthesis A. That Commissioner Spies tendered as a typed version of that manuscript I just referred you to. And he testified before this commission that he did this on the evening, so same day that this meeting was held. I would like you to confirm, and I think if perhaps barring one or two people, the start of page 105 has got a list of attendees. It's got the date, 17 August. It's called CM meeting/EMPD management. It states the time, 1200 hours, second floor CM boardroom, EGSC. What's EGSC, if you know?
Is the head office, Eastern Gauteng Service Council.
CM boardroom is city manager's boardroom. So that's at your offices. Okay. Now, it then lists a number of attendees. If you cast your eye on that, will you more or less accept that those were the persons in attendance? You could compare with your own annexure, which is the minute we're looking at, and IM 14. And when I compare, the order is different, but the names more or less correspond. Do you confirm, Dr. Mashazi?
I confirm.
That attendees as reflected there?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't see Mr. Ocket.
That's why I say barring a name or two, to a large extent, the attendees correspond. And I think there is as well a Ms. Gwen who doesn't appear at 105, but appears in the minute. Hence the comment, but to a large extent, I think the attendees are the same. So in fact, the list of attendees at IM 14 would appear to be more complete than what was recorded by Commissioner Spies at this RS 23 bracket A. And as Commissioner Spies explained, when he typed up this note, he typed he typed it out verbatim from the handwritten notes he had made, with whatever errors there were in the handwritten note, and to the extent that some sentences are incomplete, that corresponds to his handwritten notes. So he didn't try to correct what he had written during the course of the meeting. That was his testimony. So I want to place it on record that I'm not calling this document a minute, and you should not misconstrue it as a minute or understand it to be placed before you as a minute. I am putting it no higher than to say these are notes made by Commissioner Spies at the meeting. Do you understand? I need your confirmation.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, according to this document, and therefore Commissioner Spies, at the bottom of 105, and before I get there, every name, after every name in parentheses are initials, such that against your name, CM Dr. I. Mashazi in parentheses CM, and everyone's name is given the initials. And that's how he said we should interpret this document. So where he writes CM, and then that suggests what the city manager said at the time. So I go to the bottom of page 105. Against the letters JM, and from this I understand that to be Julius Mkhwanazi. I want you to have regard to the last line of page 105 and the last sentence, the penultimate sentence on that page, and it reads, and I quote, another C. Supt, is that Captain Superintendent, Tepa, also have been arrested and not suspended and no steps taken against. That's quoting, apparently, Brigadier Mkhwanazi's words. It continues, then another de facto chief Spies. I'm not even respecting and saluting him anymore. Now, I just want to test, if such statements were made in your presence by a junior police officer that he's no longer respecting or saluting his chief of police, what would your attitude be to that, and what would you do if it was said in your presence?
I would reprimand him.
Ma'am?
I would reprimand.
Your voice has dropped significantly. And I do apologize, you are tired. We all are, but we're trying to.
No, let's carry on.
Yes.
I'm here the whole day.
by the look of things, it shall be the whole night as well.
I'm here the whole day.
Yes.
Please speak up. Please
To
speak
finish
up.
off today.
Yes.
We must finish off today. I really don't want to come back to this area. I would reprimand, ma'am.
Did you hear these words being uttered in your presence on the day?
I didn't.
Would you take issue? You remember I asked whether you heard them. Would you take issue if it was confirmed by others who were present that indeed those words
Exactly, ma'am.
Say that?
I will.
You would take issue?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's being insubordinate to his senior.
But would you accept if some of the attendees said they heard them, that probably you just failed to hear them, not that they were not uttered? Would you accept such a proposition?
For instance, this, whether notes or whatever they're meant to be called, I do not want to respond to them because how he took them and how they are written, I do not subscribe to this thing. I do not know. I have my own minutes, and I really don't want to talk to the issues that are raised. And the first time I saw these minutes, it was when the chief of police sent these minutes, this information or notes to the executive mayor on the eve of his suspension So remember, this meeting took place in September.
17 August this one.
17 August
Yes.
2023. ne?
Yes.
But they chose to sit with this. And for me, it looks like it's a fabrication because he was sitting with this and then he takes this to the mayor on the eve of his suspension a year later. I never had sight of this, and it is difficult for me to actually follow this. And I would believe that is a fabrication.
Are you suggesting the entire note is a fabrication? You spoke of twisting facts. What facts are twisted in this note?
I'm saying I only saw this when the mayor presented them to me, when chief presented them to the mayor, and the mayor requested me to respond, and I responded fully to the executive mayor. Do I have that annex where I responded to the mayor? I do have the annexure, and I will send to the commission the annexure where I responded to all these things to the executive mayor, and the timing of chief of police submitting this to the mayor on the eve of his suspension.
Or perhaps the best way to do so would be that you make it part of the supplementary statement that we've been discussing.
Exactly.
So it will deal with various issues.
Yes.
Now, in this meeting then, was any discussion had around Chief Mapieye taking special leave
In the meeting,
in the meeting?
the answer is no.
That it was never discussed at all?
Chief Mapeya, remember, he came to my office and
No,
said
I'm interested in what happened on the 17th. Was,
on the 17th.
yeah.
I think if I recall, I must be corrected, and because I forget, and I don't want to actually accept this as the true reflection of what transpired.
Yes, that's noted.
But I want to recall and respond accordingly in terms of my evidence that will be sent to you.
And my question was whether the meeting, the fact that he's asked for
I
special
do not
leave
recall that
at all, nothing at all.
I do not recall that we discussed that in this meeting, but I know for the fact that we had a meeting in my office where Chief requested leave.
So if at page 108, to the bottom of 108, the note reflects under CM, and I interpret that to be city manager, and attributes the following words to her. And I quote, "The airport is important and we shall partake in the bricks. Very little budget, you shall give uniform and firearms. Give them tools of trade. Chief, I can see you are overwhelmed and therefore you shall take leave. Get debriefed, rest and come back neutral and objective. Director North stated she's depressed and this is wrong. I'm normally not harsh, but I am heartful." And I'll jump to almost the end of that paragraph, third line from the bottom. "Mapieye, you shall take special leave and the rest shall report through Mzolo. If you are afraid / fragile or important, go to him for solutions." And I end the quote. Are you suggesting that all these words attributed to you, including the issue of the directive that they be provided with firearms and tools of trade, all that is a fabrication? Or are some of the words a fabrication and some correct? Where exactly do we land?
Maybe some they are correct, like the purpose of the meeting, but others I feel that they were fabricated, but I do not want to accept the authenticity of this document. Because
No, we're not
for me,
testing the
It's not a
authenticity.
true reflection, and I really do not want to talk to it. That's why I said, can I be given a chance to submit my own response to these things? Because I did respond to...
So will you accept an
to this.
invitation to return to come deal with your response?
I beg pardon?
Will you accept an invitation then to return to this commission to deal with your response?
I will submit the response in writing. I will not come to the commission. No, I can't. I'll get a stroke coming back here.
If you refer to your annexure IM 14, your IM 14 in your annexure file, I want to put a proposition to you. that if I am 14 is a true reflection and it is to be believed, then Chief Mapieye going on special leave was discussed at that meeting, and I don't know why it is you are blatantly denying it. I am 14, remember that is the Mashazi bundle of annexures.
I am 14,
Okay.
page
50.
50.
And that is
Yes.
what we call the minute of the 17th of August 2023.
Yes,
So I say the issue of Mapieye going on leave was discussed in that meeting and ought to have been discussed in that meeting, notwithstanding your protestations. Because at 52, there's an entry there on conclusion which says the Chief of Police and or acting Chief of Police will lead the city in ascertaining that the implementation, monitoring and evaluation of this plan is realized. If Chief Mapieye going on leave was not even in contemplation and discussed in that meeting, the fact that the acting Chief of Police would execute that function would not even arise and would not be part of that conclusion, surely.
Okay, ma'am, can I take you back to page 51?
Yes.
The last column, integrity and standard function. This is referred to the Chief of Police.
Sorry, we're at 51. The first column has got lists of
The
items.
last one, page 51, the last one.
Yes.
That the integrity and standard functions, the responsible person is the Chief of Police. So she's using the words interchangeably so in terms of her reporting. So the Chief of Police is still there.
So the head of HR doesn't know when one is the Chief of Police and one is the acting Chief of Police, and she uses the terms interchangeably.
Yes.
Seriously, Dr. Mashazi.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, Dr. Mashazi, your explanation cannot be correct. On your version, Chief Mapieye on the 15th or 16th asked for leave for 30 days. So he was going to go on leave. And when you look at page 51, we can do randomly. That is in addition to what Ms. Silva is putting to you. That in page 51, for example, it says acting Chief of Police is to do that weekly, right at the top, time frames, weekly. In fact, you can start at page 50. Dysfunctional and collapsing of the department, time frames, week 1. So this has immediate effect, but you've given him leave, so it couldn't be that it's expecting him to be the one that's delivering. It actually says Chief of Police and acting. And so on and so on. You go to the next page, it says acting Chief of Police weekly. The next entry, acting Chief of Police and GCFO, 21 August. On your testimony, he's on leave at this point, on the 21st of August, because your meeting is on the 17th. So Ms. Tsasheka, when she writes here, she knows there's an acting Chief of Police who will deliver on the 21st of August. Chief of Police, 1 week of September, right at the bottom. Chief Mapieye is on leave because you've given him 30 days. So Ms. Tsasheka is making a mistake when she says Chief of Police. In fact, should be acting Chief of Police because in your testimony, he's on leave in that period. The same in 52, acting Chief of Police, 1 September. This is consistent with, in this meeting, and if you like, you can say a side conversation between you and Ms. Tsasheka, but the probability is in this meeting, the issue of Chief Mapieye going on leave or suspension, whatever is the correct one that happened, must have come up. Otherwise, Ms. Tsasheka made it up that he's going to be the chief and he will be reporting on the 1st of September when he's on leave. Doesn't make sense.
Remember, these minutes were not crafted same day. Okay? They were crafted on the 17th, but in terms of the plan, the way it is done, it doesn't have a date. It might have been that already at this point, Ms. Gashega, or Chief of Police, is already on special leave. Remember, it was the 16th where he requested, the 17th, the meeting, the 18th, he left. The 18th of August left. The gist of the matter was the issue of special leave discussing this meeting, which I say I am not aware.
No, Ms.
And I'm saying I do not want to give credence to these notes
Yes.
that I indicated in the meeting, and I would request the Commission that they should wait for my submission, my letter to the Executive Mayor,
Yes.
talking to these issues.
I accept, at least for now, that you don't want to discuss the notes from space. I'm discussing the minute that you accept and that you rely on. That on the face of this document, if you recall earlier on, I put to you that the discussion was translated into this plan. What we are told is an operational plan. When Gasheka allocates tasks, she didn't make it up. At least this document represents that the meeting agreed that the chief of police and acting in week 1 will do certain things, right? And this is week 1 after the meeting. And so those dates there are what was agreed in the meeting. And she could only say acting chief of police because she knew when this meeting allocated tasks in this document, that meeting knew that there's going to be an acting chief of police. And it could only be because the issue of him being on leave or suspension was mentioned in that meeting. Has to be.
Ma'am, I don't know if you follow my sequence. I said I met with the Chief of Police on the 16th, where we discussed these issues, and he requested leave, and I agreed to that leave. What was left was for the HODHR to check if he has enough vacation leave. Because if you check, unfortunately I could not print his leave record. He did not have enough days to take leave. Hence, it was the last option for me, even though I was elected, to give him a special leave. If an important person like Chief of Police, being responsible for the safety of all the citizens, including his own or officials within the city, alleges that he is exhausted, he is fatigued, the reasonable thing that an accounting officer would do would agree to a leave so that he can deal with these issues.
I accept that.
By the 16th, ma'am,
what I'm
okay,
discussing
let me
with
finish.
you.
By the 16th, already we discussed the leave thing. Linda Gashega already knew that the chief has requested leave. What was left off on the 16th was for her to check days so that I can approve. But it became apparent that he doesn't have leave days, hence I gave him a special leave.
Yes. Ma'am, all I'm trying to clear with you is this document represents that your meeting of the 17th agreed that the acting chief of police will weekly deal with low staff morale and communication. That's an agreement of that meeting.
Okay.
And it could only be the agreement because the meeting was told that he's going on leave. I'm not sure why you have difficulty with accepting that this is what the document represents.
I accept the document.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And in fact, Dr. Mashazi, if you turn over leaf in your annexure bundle to page 53, and that's annexure IM 15. This appears to be a letter written by you dated the 18th of August 2023, addressed to Chief Mapieye and copied to Ms. Gashega, and it's dated the 18th of August 2023. You see that? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And here you reference a meeting of the 16th of August 2023, wherein you requested special leave due to the emotional strain you were experiencing. That's what you write. And then if I skip a paragraph, the next reads, having considered your request and after implementing mitigation measures for the efficient operation of EMPD, it has been decided to accede to your request for special leave for a period of 30 days, effective Saturday, the 19th of August, 2023. You see where I'm reading?
Mm-hmm.
This letter is dated the 18th of August, 2023, and it is countersigned upon receipt by Chief Mapieye on the 18th of August 2023. Why is it dated so late if you already had reached agreement on the 16th? Why wasn't this letter written and issued on the 16th? Then his special leave could have started immediately after the meeting of the 17th.
He requested the leave on the 16th, and because we had to verify in terms of the number of leave days that he had, and that was only confirmed on the 18th that he doesn't have leave days. Hence, we opted to assist him with special leave.
Is special leave taken on the basis of normal leave days, or is it a special leave and it's a different allocation?
Special leave in terms of authority of the accounting officer. If an officer, a senior manager like himself, doesn't have enough days when he requests leave, the accounting officer can actually approve such leave, a special leave, because he did not have vacation. Otherwise, he was going to be subjected to leave without pay, which was not going to be fair on him in terms of financial responsibilities.
But what was there to check when at your paragraph 81.1 you state, on 16th August 23, you held a meeting with Chief Mapieye during which he requested special leave. So you say special leave is different from normal leave. So on the 16th, already you knew that it's special leave that is required.
Mm-hmm.
What was there to check?
Firstly, if a person requests the leave, we must first check the days. We must first check whether he has vacation leave before we offer him special leave.
But
I'm
here
sure
you
knew
called
at that point that he does not have enough leave days. Hence, he requested the special
on the
leave.
16th of August,
Yes,
you realized.
Yes.
Hence my question then, if we go to IM's 15, it is dated 2 days after he requested special leave, after you checked that. Why is it dated only 2 days later? Why not on the 16th, on the day he requested special leave?
It is upon his request that he started on Saturday, and it is upon his request that he be on special leave because he did not have enough days, as we explained, HR explained.
So the emotional strain could wait from the 16th to the 19th, according to him?
To him.
Yeah. So his emotional strain was such that he could take another 3 days at work. He was good for that.
Well, it's up to him to answer.
Okay. Because he suggests that you imposed this special leave on him to the extent that you prepared the special leave and forced him to sign. That's his testimony before this commission. Hence, the strange start date of the 19th, which is a Saturday. It would normally, you don't take leave over the weekend. Your leave is for work days.
How do I force a person, a police officer, an HO or senior manager to take special leave? Why didn't he report that to the executive mayor?
Why didn't he?
He reported me to the executive mayor that I forced him to take leave. He should have done that rather than him wait until the following year that he was put on a forced special leave. He waited.
But if his testimony is anything to go by, it is what he was subjected to by the person through whom he directly reports. And the intimidation and the harassment and just generally protecting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And that by this time it was non-negotiable on your part that he is leaving. Regard being heard to his summary of the meeting as he understood it, of the 15th, according to him, of August, where he brought the precious stones issue to you. And according to his testimony, you effectively blew a gasket and you said that he is being biased towards Mkhwanazi and he should take leave and go clear his head and come back less biased. And curiously, those are the same words that Spies records in his note, RS-23 and RS-23A. So it's purely coincidental that he would note the same, he would record the same words that Mapia claimed you expressed to him. Or are you suggesting that they are perhaps in cahoots?
Exactly.
Exactly what? The question.
Cahoots in terms of whatever fabrication they made against me. And the fabrication according to their own notes, when they produced these notes to the mayor a year later. So they had enough time to actually fabricate and collaborate whatever information they wanted to. Hence, one of the issues that I'm raising is that we were not given enough time. They were given free airtime to prepare and collaborate and prepare documents so that they collaborate their stories. And it's unfortunate that we were given a week to look at all these allegations within 2 weeks or a week. In fact, within a week, because we received some of these things on the 25th of August. That's why I'm saying we will go back and look at some of these issues, but the notes that were made for me is fabrication, and I really don't want to spend time on them.
So then we must accept, remembering that RS-23 bracket A, it's the typed up version of the manuscript notes taken at the date of the meeting. So we must accept on your logic that the fabrication occurred immediately as the meeting was panning out. Is that what you're proposing? It's not a post-fact concoction by them. Spies was fabricating them as he's writing in the minute. And somehow they were in cahoots with Chief Mapia on that. Is that what you're proposing to the commissioners?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that logical to you?
What am I?
Is that logical to you? What you are proposing, does it sound logical?
For me, it's fabrication, and hence I said I am not going to talk to them to those issues because I only saw them a year later.
Okay.
When he wanted to mitigate his suspension on sexual harassment on the eve of a year later after the meeting happened. That is when I got sight of this, and I'm requesting that I stay away from commenting on these minutes.
And would you be able to venture a guess as to why they would decide to act in such a manner, in cahoots, against you? What would be the reason for that?
The reasons, all of them, for me, they came for a grievance session here.
No. Remember, I'm talking about the date you say. We know that note existed already a year ago. Why would they be so acting as of then? It's got nothing to do with the commission. Yes.
I don't know, ma'am.
It just happens.
Just happened.
When did you become aware that they're in cahoots and ganging up against you, quote unquote?
During the commission, I was actually surprised.
But
when I see the documentation, sure.
But the note precedes the commission by at least 2 years.
But the notes were actually given to the mayor a year later. I saw the notes a year later.
So
that is
this
in
plan
September.
is not for purposes of the commission, therefore, on your version. It was hatched long before the commission was even conceptualized.
Can you repeat your question?
I say this plan against you by these members was hatched long before, at least a year, because you say it was tendered to the mayor a year ago. That plan must have been therefore, and it's supposed to be in relation to a meeting of the 17th of August 2023. So logic dictates that plan was hatched at least 1 year, at the very least 1 year before this commission was even conceptualized. Okay. Chair, I don't know. It would appear that the witnesses.
I wanted to say, I think that this point has been exhausted.
Okay.
now, and
I
that
think
we
we're all
should
hitting a wall. No, we tried.
Move on.
We still have about 5 questions, I think, to go, and unlikely to finish, even at a push. We tried, Dr. Mashazi, we failed to conclude in a day.
Can we take an adjournment because if Dr. Mashazi is to continue tomorrow, that's going to impact on tomorrow's program. Can we take an adjournment, even though the focus of our discussion is going to be focusing on tomorrow's program that has nothing to do with Dr. Mashazi? Please join us so that you don't think we are skinnering about Dr. Mashazi.
Thank you, Chair. We shall.
Yes.